In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Nah. That ain't my music today, son. That ain't my music today. No. You guys don't know what I'm wearing today. Would you like to know what I'm wearing? Yeah, cut my music. It's anniversary week, baby. We've got less than 30 tickets left to the comedy show. And we've got more than a couple dozen people for the golf event. We got one last goal left for the week. Everybody's going to Eventbrite. Everybody's getting their tickets today and tomorrow. Today and tomorrow are the two big rush days, and we only have 30 seats left for your ass. So I put on my special shirt. Hit my music.
12-foot schooner, a 3-foot cooler, full of the catch of the day. And he was wrinkled from grinning from all the sun he had been in. He was barefoot, surveying hand.
Come on.
He said, gracias, senor, when I paid him too much for all of the snapper he had.
Oh, good morning.
I told him, my friend, it ain't
Hey.
in the best broken Spanish I knew.
I'm here. I'm queer. It's anniversary week. Let's kick it in gear. Welcome to the Steel Toe Show. Everybody all together.
He said, I fish and I play my guitar. I laugh at the bar with my friends.
I got my Brill Cream comb over.
To my wife, I pray every night.
We're cracking
I
a
can
Celsius.
do it all over again.
Welcome to the program. Ooh, that's coconutty. Who's Coco? Welcome to the program. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. Shit's going down, yo. Oh, man. Today I got to clean the house while the kids are running around. That's going to be interesting. Tomorrow, kids and I are going to the lake, but I gotta break away from the lake at some point. I gotta get some stuff for the anniversary show. I gotta get some supplemental things taken care of. We got more signs that need to be made than I thought, so I'm gonna help out with that. And like I said, we got less than 30 seats left. Go to eventbrite.com. Get your ass there right now for the Steel Toe 11th anniversary weekend party. Hey, guys, guess what's happening? The same thing that happens every goddamn year. 3 weeks away, I go, oh, Christ, do I even want to do what the hell's happening? I'm a fraud. They figured it out this year. Steel Toe's dead. And then what happens? Just like every single year. We have less than 30 seats left. We have people still claiming VIPs, which is fucking dangerous. Honestly, claim them. Don't claim them tomorrow, because two things. One, well, I shouldn't say don't claim them tomorrow. Get babysitters lined up. Whatever. We'll figure it out. But every year we get to this point where I got to call Cheetos and I go, okay, how high can I really go? What's the absolute highest I can go? I'm fine with having that conversation. That's okay. But, hey, join the golf event. I think we've got all the people that we're going to have for the golf event. I'm very excited about it. We've got our prizes set. I'm pumped. But, guys, the more the merrier. So, you know what? I haven't checked the weather for Sunday yet. I'm a little euphoric today. Awesome week. Anniversary week has been amazing. Everybody's excited. My inbox is full of messages. And elsewhere on the internet, I'm being told all the right people are triggered as fuck. It's fantastic. Now, the issue at hand is that I'm still staring at 35% chance of lightning and rain on Sunday morning. This is an issue. Now, I just want to tell you, if you got tickets to the golf event and it ends up, because we have a window from about 7 to 10 where we have tee times. Our tee times start at 8, but if we needed to start earlier, we could theoretically. Our tee times start at 8 and go until about 10 o'clock. If we're going to miss that window due to thunder, lightning, rain, shit like that, and people have planned their days, they have shit to do, we have no problem if weather starts being an issue. I can hit one button. We can refund your stuff. So do not worry about getting a ticket to the golf event thinking, oh, man, it might not happen. We can handle it. You will get your money back. Don't worry. I do have to make that speech now, though, because Mother Nature is trying to fuck with the golf event. I'm looking at a 35% chance of thunder and lightning throughout the day. I don't know specifically what it's saying about. So, okay, sun and clouds mixed with a slight chance of thunderstorms during the afternoon. Okay. This I can deal with. So it looks like I'm going to say the golf event is a go. We're solid. We're set. Come on, hungover at 8 o'clock. They can start getting you your Bloody Marys. We'll get your ass on the course. It'll be a lot of fun. My big thing is less than 30 seats left for the comedy show on Saturday. Get them. Pick them up. Go to Eventbrite. Also, I'm going to be bringing to the party. Now, the party is free to attend from 2 o'clock until about 7:30, 8 o'clock. Totally free to come out to Stoney's and hang out and have fun and join the cornhole tournament. Try to win yourself a couple $100 for free. But the comedy show itself, ticketed event, less than 30 left. Go to Eventbrite, get them. If you come to the party, we're going to do I've added a silent auction to the party. So I was in the steel toe storage room the other day. I was putting some boxes away and reorganizing. I found a treasure trove of old pictures, beautiful framed pictures that Johnny and Gino and Keanu and I will autograph. I found memorabilia. I found old, unpackaged, undelivered Rockin' 101 hoodies and shit like that from the Steel Toe Rockin' 101 hoodies. We're going to put those all out for a silent auction deal. And then also, I've got I went in the crawl space the other day. I found old Steel Toe KLFD cassette tapes. There's hundreds of these. I only need to keep about 50 to 100, and even then, why, right? I'm going to package up a bunch of these, and we're going to put those out there too, so you can listen to some old 2006 to 2014 Aaron in the afternoon, or just say you have them to blackmail me with later. I came up with just some cool fucking ideas, dicking around for the anniversary show. You can tell I'm excited. It's coming up. I got to get some work done today. I got to get a shitload done tomorrow while balancing kids along with that. But I'm happy to do it. Plus, my kids, they're always thrilled to take, $10 off my hands to help me with something. So I'm pumped. I'm excited. We got a lot to talk about news-wise today. It's not just going to be me sucking steel toe knob all morning talking about this anniversary show. That'll be tomorrow during Rumble Friday. Then, next week, after the anniversary show, I've decided I'm not taking any days off. Monday's going to be Rumble Friday. Gino and Keanu are going to be upstairs. They sleep a little later. So I can't sleep late. I just can't anymore after all these years of getting up early. So I'm going to come down. I'm going to do a Rumble Friday thing. I need to pad some of the Rumble studio numbers. So I'm going to do a Rumble Friday on Monday. I have to drop Gino and Keanu off at the airport on very early Tuesday morning. I'll be back here at about 6:30, 7 o'clock. We'll do a 4-hour Rumble Friday on Tuesday as well. So we're going to do Rumble Friday, Rumble Friday, Monday, Rumble Friday, Tuesday, and then the regular shows will continue up again with the Tuesday evening show, and we'll just have ourselves a gay old time. But I don't have a lot of time. I'll be entertaining my friends on Sunday and Monday, so I'm not going to have time to prep a big show Monday and Tuesday, so I figure I'll just hand you guys a Rumble Friday show, and you can decide what we make of it. Sound good? Whew, this next week's going to fly by, man. This next week is going to be fucking crazy, and I'm so excited about it. Let's go see what you gay guys have to say. Long balls with $20. Throw long balls at Hogan.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Thank you, long balls. He says, good morning to Aaron, you crazy motherfucker. Thank you, buddy. I am a bit euphoric today. If I were a bipolar person, this would be a manic episode that I'm currently having. I don't really have those crashes, though. I can't really be a manic depressive. I don't have the depressive, crashes, which causes other people to have depressive crashes, unfortunately. I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be so polarizing that I cause other people mental breaks, but such is life online, right? Balls Deep with $2 says, nice. Nice indeed. Thank you very much, Balls Deep. We're starting today at $285. Let's go ahead and knock that out and call it not a perfect week. Can't call it a perfect week because we were $100 behind on Tuesday. What do you do? If we make it up today and, well, tomorrow's Rumble Friday, so we can't make it up. If we make it up today, I'll make it up to you. I'll do a show tonight if you guys knock out the 285 and go over by $100. Otherwise, let's take our $100 loss. Honestly, we almost should take a $100 loss this week, and here's why. Anniversary show going great. Golf outing going better than I expected. Everything coming up roses on that end. Personal life, privately, things coming up aces. The week turned out fantastic. I got to tell you, I got to have some kind of karma. And if that karma is a $100 miss, let's call that the payment, and we're set. So, guys, thank you very much. What's our number for memberships on Rumble? Where'd we end up today? 42. All right, so about 10 of them expired overnight. 42 gifted memberships on Rumble away from 300. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Fauci's Pangolin says, just drop them off at the truck stop at 4 in the morning. Keanu will find someone to give them a ride. Why? Oh, Keanu sent me a text yesterday. Either she was watching the show or somebody ratted on me. She writes, and she laughing face emojis, so these are all in good fun. I'm not going to turn on you, you clown. I am elated to come and hang out with you in all the places people have stalked you. Also, we absolutely must recreate that golf photo. So she wants to do the hoe photo. She said, you can pose with a golf club. And I said, same ass. And so I said last night on the evening show, I said, I think Keanu's got one last turn in her. I think Keanu's going to turn on me one more time and, shove a shiv in my side. I think Keanu will do that. So I think she's got one more in her. And then she goes, no, I will not. I love being able to say shit like that because I can say it and I can laugh. The audience can hear it. And they'll go, fuck yeah, Aaron, I know. I told you that. She's going to turn on you so they can feel vindicated. And then it rattles Keanu and I get a panic text. And I like that too. All of that's funny to me. All of that is hilarious. All of that, I hang out with my kids, hanging out with my friends, whatever, hanging out with SP, just enjoying the real world. And I can get a text about internet world and I can go, fantastic. Fan-bloody-tastic. This is enjoyable. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says anyone who purchased Gino or Keanu tickets should not get refunds because they signed up for a natural disaster. Hey-o. Coltrane says, cloudy with a 100% chance of Aaron eating meatballs. Or maybe just balls. It's gay. Get it? Satan's Mechanic said Bloody Mary is going to be working the bathroom glory holes. There are no bathroom glory holes. Chevy Fan says silent auction for Kiki's butthole. We're not auctioning Kiki's butthole. Thank you. So how many of you got tickets to play with just you, Kiki, or Gino? Eric Cartman, is that really that necessary? Let me put it this way. There will be a full foursome. How's that? Is that better? Roots Calhoun says, I still buy cassettes, man. Cassettes and records. Wow, Roots, you fucking hipster gay. Awesome, bro. Just kidding, obviously. So is that going to be when I get you to watch Tony Chase video? I don't know who Tony Chase is and Sam Show. No, I'm not doing this. Los Federales with $1 says, what the fuck, coach? Why in the fuck are you wearing a woman's shirt? Oh, no, it's not. This is not a woman's shirt. Oh, fuck. Nope, it's a different shirt. Look, mine has the things here. See the things here? Her shirt doesn't have that. See, I have flowers where she has parrots. Those little bitty tings. It's not the same. Mine goes dun 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 dun. Hers goes dun 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 ding 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 tick ding 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 ding. See? They're not the same. Fuck. Oh boy, I gotta check that stuff before I buy shirts like this. All right, Aaron is tripolar, manic, gay, and ultra gay. Wait, I would argue that gay and ultra gay are the same. They're just shades of a. Jane says we have to make the goal. We kind of do. We have to make the goal today. It's awesome. Great weekend coming. The only thing that can fuck it up now is missing the goal. You're absolutely right. Chips and Diff says, did you finally propose? No, but we took kind of a winter vacation this year. Next year, we're going to take a winter vacation. And SP and I, we're looking at destinations to go for our next winter vacation. And probably January, February. We went a little too late in the year this year. I had things going on. So I think the ideas we've been throwing out there so far are Puerto Rico, Bahamas, Key Largo, Key West, and then a couple of other like crazy retarded places, like Texas, I think. Ivana Tinkle says, another week where SP did not get pregnant. A good week. Chevy Fan says, he really thinks that comb over is working. The comb over is working because as long as I wear it with swagger, it works. I'll tell you why. Chevy Fan, this will be very important for your life. Very important lesson. I wear the comb over, and if other people say, wow, you look younger and more professional, I go, thank you. That's great. And then if people like Chevy Fan go, he thinks the comb over is working, that makes me happy because you have an opinion about it. So either way, I feel good. Hulkamash says, yeah, she said that before. How'd that cleaver feel in your back, Aaron? It stung. It was sharp, right? If you've ever had someone put a knife in your back, there's that you can't help but square your shoulders back. I will say this, getting stabbed in the back, great for posture. Because the minute the shiv goes into your spine, you immediately, you get Merce shoulders. They kind of hunch back and go and disappear. So, I mean, if I would sit up a little straighter, if she'd shiv me in the back. Gino will be disappointed if Keanu turns again. Hey, you know what? Gino's a good guy. Gino's mafia loyal, Roots Calhoun says Aaron looks like a Miami ice cream truck driver. Oh, senor, you want to have ice cream? You want ice cream with the gumballs in the eyeballs? How do you want your ice cream? I have ice cream cone. You ever try a sundae cone with the chocolate inside the cone, sir? There's no reason why you cannot try the sundae cone. Hobo Chili says, Aaron, are you eloping with your lover on some LGBTQ-friendly cruise? I feel like I have to get Fred Phelps level homophobic just to dispel some of these rumors. Although Root says, I do look like the entertainment coordinator on a gay cruise. All right, everybody, gather around. We have shuffleboard to the right of the pool. Don't get the pucks wet. Unless you want to. Pucks are fine. Cheeks are good, better. Or fuck, I can't. I got to be better at gay. What is the faggotry shirt you're wearing? It's fantastic. It's a lovely shirt. You're just trying to cope with the fact that you're mildly attracted to it, and it's upsetting you. I understand. I understand. Sam Show says, Gino defends the Epstein cover-up. He might be Jew-Italian. Look, it's possible. It's possible. McBuster says, Kiki will flip for a few memberships. Meemaw is the mastermind in that relationship. Gino is the boy toy. Well, he thinks he's cute. He knows he's sexy. He's got the looks that drives the girls wild. He's got the moves that really move them. He makes them feel like they're on cloud nine. He's just a sexy boy. Sexy boy. Hulkamasha Baby says, entertainment coordinator. He looks like the entertainment on a gay cruise. It's like, okay, we're having a good time, right? At what point does it venture into bullying? Ask yourself that for the future of this country. Okay, 285 away from today. Dude, fuck that. Anniversary show this weekend. 30 tickets left to the comedy show. Guys, 200 by 7. You know what? I feel empowered asking. 42 gifted memberships on Rumble away from 300. Let's get to 200. We're going to talk about how shitty Minnesota is. We're going to shit all over Keith Ellison today. I'm excited about that. I got to give Trump some credit. We got Ghislaine Maxwell maybe on her way to the House of Representatives this fall because Johnson's a fucking tool and he shut down Congress until September because he didn't want to release the Epstein files. We've also got people sucking each other off on JetBlue flights, which means I have to change the airline I fly with. And we got more fucking retarded parents keeping their kids in the car while they go and get shit-faced. I'm going to guess Wisconsin, but we'll see. Okay. Chevy fan says comedy show, 37-minute intermission, so Johnny can make it on stage. All right, but if we can hit the under, you owe me $100. Deal? Deal, Chevy fan. By the way, I'm wearing this shirt today, A, because I thought it would elicit a response, but also I'm drinking Playa Vibe, Beach Vibe Celsius, which is the sparkling pina colada edition. Mad Max Mardigan says, if you're going to wear that shirt, at least have the decency to wear a push-up bra with it. Well, here's the deal, bro. I've had 3 kids. I wear my body the way it is. You know, natural. I'm not ashamed. I've had 3 children, and my body is beautiful. Somebody, too, with $1 says the gym slacking is showing with that double chin. Holy huge. First of all, it's the same as it's always been. Dick face. The weight ain't changed, brudda. Somebody had a question about my shirt, and they had a link for it, too. I cannot find it. Oh, shit. Somebody wanted to send me a link about my shirt. Oh, here we go. Los Federales says, so your $60 shirt is called Chubbies. Oh, did you find it? I got this at a gift shop in lovely Clearwater Beach, Florida. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, as opposed to player vibe, All right. Calm down. Roots Calhoun says, absolutely stolen valor. Oh, shit. Here we go. Let's, all right, you got me from an up angle. I've got a camera shooting me at an upward angle. And then I go up like this. Of course you're going to see. And then I'm sucking my face in. This is actionable. Everybody gather around. We have shuffleboard to the right of the pool. Don't get the pucks wet. Unless you want to. Pucks are fine. You cut out the cheeks are better. If you're going to clip me, at least get the good gay parts. The fuck is wrong with you? Is this the yay, there's my shirt. You know what that means? You guys are homos. This means that you take pictures of my shirt while I'm doing the show and you look for it online. You can call me gay all you want, but don't act like you're not being sucked into the event horizon too, you gay black hole chasing motherfuckers. That is my shirt, by the way. That is my shirt. And she's a beaut. She's a beaut. I'm glad I get to look at it on the screen. It just confirms to me how wonderful this shirt truly is. This means you spent $60 on an ugly shirt. You don't spend $60 on an ugly shirt ever? Where's your sense of fun? Roots Calhoun says, that's a dope shirt, but Aaron just fags it up. See, Miss Tay says, XX large. It's a large, thank you. It's a large shirt. Calm the fuck down. Oh, no, I know where I've seen that shirt, says Ronald. Oh, no. Oh, Ronald Everett says, I know where I've seen that shirt. I don't want to play this clip. Maybe I do. No, don't be Wayne Knight. Don't be Wayne Knight in Jurassic Park, please. Don't let Wayne Knight be wearing a shirt close to mine. I don't want to wear the Newman shirt. Don't be wearing that shirt, Wayne Knight. Oh, monkey fuckers. God damn it. Oh, that's not good. Dad, slow down. You're going to choke. How embarrassing. Like, you're Wayne Knight. Don't get me wrong. Wayne Knight made a lot of money in his career, but like, hey, Wayne, you know how you're a fat guy? We need you to eat voraciously in this movie. Can you do that? Can you just be tearing away at an omelet like you haven't eaten in days?
Oh, gotcha.
That is not my shirt. Look, it's way too planty to be my shirt. It's different. So thank you, Ronald. I appreciate you hunting and pecking like that, but that is not my shirt. Honky with $1 says Aaron in that shirt equals Fagnum PI. That's nonsense. I don't have a mustache. I don't have a mustache. Thank you very much. Hobo says you look like Newman. Hobo, that's uninspired. You can do better than that. You can do. You're your own man. You're not a piggybacker. Come on, buddy. All right. Roots Calhoun says he looks better in it. He actually has shoulders. Oh, Roots, you didn't turn off Nightwave from last night. Join the Steel Cell time. Stop it. All right, guys. Go ahead and throw in a couple of bucks. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's get to 200 by 7 o'clock. I think that would be honestly, we don't need to be there until 8:30, but let's just get to 200 by 7 o'clock. I'm feeling good about the anniversary show. I'm feeling great about all this stuff. Just carry it through, baby. Let's just carry those good vibes over. Throw in your fives. Right now, it's just fives. You throw in fives, and we just keep that vibe going, we're good. Let's not get to the part where it's like, oh, come on, let's have a big rally. Let's just fives. Nice and easy. 5 here, 5 gifted membership on Rumble here. Thanks, boys and girls. So let's get into it today. Lots to talk about. Los Federales with $1 says, how much for you to take the shirt off and do the rest of the show shirtless? That's fucking gay. That's really gay. Hobo, I'm feeling great. I'm feeling very, very good with what I've got going on right now. I appreciate that, buddy. All right, let's go into the Keith Ellison thing. So Keith Ellison, the Attorney General here in Minnesota, this is, I mean, I said this last night on the evening show. So Mark Dayton was the governor before Tim Walz for 8 years. He was a Democrat, but like Mark Dayton was your traditional liberal Democrat. He wanted to raise everyone's taxes and spend it all on education. Fuck the roads. He also came up in that liberal time where they were obsessed with mass transit before the American people said, yeah, fuck you. We want to drill for oil and drive our cars. So Mark Dayton was like, we need to spend money on our light rail system, and we need to invest more in our education, and that's going to require raising revenues. So he was like those old school Democrats who didn't like saying things like raise taxes, increase spending. He was like somewhere between a Clinton and a Bill Clinton and Barack Obama Democrat, where he was like, we need to make investments in education and raise revenues by getting everyone to pay their fair share. That was Governor Mark Dayton. I don't really think that Governor Dayton tore at the fabric of Minnesota. I don't think he like wrecked the state. I think he just had different ideas. Tim Walz might be the first governor in my lifetime that I've watched actually harm the state of Minnesota, like actually do generational harm that will take a long time to repair. I mean, number one, he fucking bungled COVID badly, shutting things down, costing people their businesses. Let's not forget, he let his friend keep his candy store open in Jordan, Minnesota, while he shut everyone else down. Except, of course, like Target and Walmart and all the big corporations. You know, the Democrats with their COVID regulations, you know, the Democrats loving those big corporations. They had to give them a nice giveaway. You know, it's kind of like they talk about how shitty the healthcare system is, yet when they make a healthcare reform bill, they make sure that it's a big giveaway to all the big insurance companies by forcing everyone to buy their product. So I feel like Tim Walz, from the COVID response to then having a $17 billion surplus, partially because of federal money during COVID, turning that into a $6 billion deficit, that's damaging. But the other piece of damage that I think can still be measured in dollars, but not quite because we're never going to know exactly how many dollars, is the welfare fraud that was allowed to go on under Tim Walz and Keith Ellison, who's the Attorney General. Attorney General Keith Ellison, too busy busting white bar owners for trying to stay open during COVID, to go and catch all of the Somalis fucking ripping off the federal welfare system. So what's been going on in Minnesota since Tim Walz has been governor? And the only time he's really tried to put a stop, actually the feds are the ones who put a stop to it, not Tim Walz and Attorney General Keith Ellison. And in fact, Attorney General Keith Ellison has actually been shown to have connections with some of the people in some of these scandals, so that might make sense. But first we had the daycare scandal, where Somali families or Somali people were opening up fake daycares, writing names on the list that never received childcare. I mean, when they went to these addresses to look at these daycares, it was always dark, nobody in there, not open. But they would send in all of these names and all of these families and all of these kids to the federal government, and they would get back a check from a welfare program for impoverished families to receive childcare. So the daycares got that money. Now, Tim Walz was going to let that go. Keith Ellison was going to let that go. We can't prosecute. We love our Somalis. We love our Muslims. Oh, they're so good. Oh, they're so sweet. So they're going to let that go. Federal government finds out, holy fucking dog balls, we're writing a lot of checks to Minnesota for this daycare program. What's going on? So the federal attorney here in Minnesota starts investigating and goes, holy Jesus Christ, they're robbing us blind. There's nobody even at these daycares. So they start prosecuting people for that. Then we have a scandal where, and this was a little bit smaller, but we had multiple Somali grocers who were arrested and caught, and this was at the county level here in Stearns County, not in Minnesota, where they were caught, and this has happened in other towns as well, they were caught buying for like 70 or 80 cents on the dollar people's food stamps and EBT cards and shit like that. They were just giving them cash out of the register, taking the food stamps, turning them into the federal government for the full amount. So they would make anywhere from a 20 to 50% markup on these food stamps by turning them into the federal government. People went to jail for that one. Then you have what's called the Feeding Our Future scandal. Feeding Our Future is the big one here in Minnesota. This is the one where Somali restaurants were told by this fat white Democrat lady, write down on a piece of paper for me that you serve 4,000 children a day, and I'll turn it into this Feeding Our Future, this federal program, and you'll get money. Well, I'll get money and I'll give some to you. So she did that. She had these Somali business owners take part in this fraud. She turned it into the federal government. Over $200 million worth of fraud they've discovered so far. Some estimating it could go as high as $1 billion. And what these things all have in common is that Tim Walz let it happen. Attorney General Keith Ellison let it happen. And it was the local or the federal authorities who had to catch all this shit. Because Tim Walz and Keith Ellison do not want to confront Somalis on all of this welfare fraud that's going on because they don't want to lose their fucking voter base, because people who have been here for generations know these fucking politicians are scam artists. They don't want to vote for them anymore. You know how Biden had the great replacement? He was going to bring in all these illegals, get them voting rights so the Democrats could never lose an election again just based on sheer numbers of impoverished people dependent on government. That's what Minnesota's still trying to do. And that's Ellison and that's Walz. So when I say I don't think Mark Dayton really did anything to damage the fabric of Minnesota, Tim Walz absolutely has. Well, now Keith Ellison has decided to come out from whatever rock he's been hiding under, and he's decided that he's going to speak out about something very important to the state of Minnesota. So Keith Ellison has decided to say, we're going to clamp down and we're going to get Donald Trump and his cronies. To quote Garth Brooks, he's shameless as a man can be. This is Keith Ellison talking about, this is our Attorney General, the guy for Minnesota, by the way, not for the United States. Minnesota's Attorney General, who should be looking after laws getting broken here. He's got a boner for Trump.
Hey, friends.
Fuck you, dude. Honestly. Oh, there's also hours of recordings of this guy talking to the woman and talking to other people who were big parts of the Feeding Our Future program. It's no wonder why he never went after them. They were his pals.
Ellison here, Attorney General of the state of Minnesota. I know a lot of people.
Oh, there's also recordings of this guy beating the shit out of women.
People might be asking, why are so many people upset about Donald Trump refusing to release the Epstein files? Of course, people who supported Donald Trump, who expected Donald Trump to keep his word, they're clearly upset.
Don't act like you give a shit that we're upset about that. The only Democrats have never been clamoring to release the Epstein files. The only reason you're doing it now, and by the way, if we gave them to you and said, oh, you want them? Let's say somebody just found them. And they went, holy shit, I didn't know you guys wanted to release these. Here you go. You guys would hold them. You'd look at them like you were holding the Ark of the Covenant and your head was about to cave in. And you go, well, no, we just said we wanted to release them to embarrass Donald Trump. We don't actually want to do this. All of our friends are in there.
Because he lied to them. He said he was going to release the files. He did not do it. In fact, he has called them foolish and stupid for asking for him to keep his word.
Don't do that fucking thing. Just because we're mad at him doesn't mean we want to fuck you, okay, buddy? Don't do that shit where you're like, his supporters are very upset. And with good reason. Oh my goodness, Trump supporters, you've been lied to. Easy, fuckface. We went to him in the beginning because of people like you. So we ain't going your way just because we're mad at him. In fact, the biggest thing Democrats have to worry about right now is the fact that this debate seems to be taking place between Republicans and other people on the right. The Democrats have been completely left out of the conversation. Don't think that's missed.
Well, here, let me tell you this. Everybody should be concerned about this. And it's because the Epstein files are the clearest example of extreme villainy being overlooked and swept under the rug by people who are clearly powerful and clearly deeply connected.
Okay, now do the Feeding Our Future scandal, fuckhead. Hey, if you want to be America's attorney general, you should have helped Walz win the election with Kamala Harris, all right? You're the Minnesota attorney general. We're being ripped off of billions and billions and billions of dollars right here at home in Minnesota, and I sure wish we had a law enforcement agent who was willing to do fuck all about it. Oh, that's you, Keith. But again, tell me how you're going to get us the Epstein files. And by the way, well, guess what? And by the way, if you do end up getting the Epstein files released, I will bow down. I will say I was wrong and you were right. But until you do that, which you're fucking not gonna, I'm gonna bust your balls.
You know, we just went through an election and we've gone through several months where the conversation has been around American affordability, Americans affording things like health care, wage,
daycare, meals for their family, all of which these things go up the more the system is defrauded.
Stagnation.
Subsidizing daycare causes the cost of daycare to rise. You know what, we've been trying to explain this to Democrats for decades. They don't understand it. I'm not about to start now. But watching Mr. Keith Ellison try to be man of the people, you know, how about you Democrats develop your own fucking ideas instead of waiting for Trump to fuck up and then going, remember us? You know, we're not so bad. See, he didn't release the Epstein files. Yeah, but we went to him because we're sick of your shit.
Americans affording gasoline and groceries.
Oh, gasoline and groceries. You know what would be a great way to help Americans afford gasoline and groceries? Drill for our own energy and balance our stupid fucking budget and start paying off some of our debt. Both of those two things would strengthen the dollar, strengthen energy production, and bring prices down. Hey, everybody, Keith Ellison's a deficit hawk now. It's not rocket science. Yeah, we'd all love for grocery and gas prices to come down. But you know how you do that? Fiscal management, solid currency.
And so many people
believe, there are people in this country who believe in a currency that doesn't fucking exist more than they believe in the dollar. I'm talking, of course, about Bitcoin. It's not real. They can destroy it at any time. You know, people are like, oh, it's, the dollar, is it really backed by anything? I mean, at least the dollar's backed by debt, which is not good. But, if someone owes me $1 billion, I'm worth $1 billion. That's a shoddy way to back a currency. It's fiat money, but at least it fucking exists. People believe, there are people out there, Bitcoin's at like 120,000. There are people out there who believe in Bitcoin more than they believe in the dollar, which, by the way, long-term is fucking retarded. But it exists because we have such shitty fiscal policy. Democrats want to sit there and talk about how we want the hardworking American people to be able to afford this, this, and this. You can't do that when you're running up $2 trillion deficits. It weakens your money.
If they were faced with a bill of $500-600 would not be able to cover that, would be in a lot of serious trouble. And yet, in this very moment when so many Americans are facing affordability of basic...
Oh, that's okay, Keith. You see, here in Minnesota, when we need $500-600, we just tell a federal government program that we fed 200 kids some sandwiches that day. So they cut us a check and we're good. You guys never look into it.
Things. We live at a time of extreme income inequality, but people don't always know how extreme that inequality is.
You know what we should do is we should find like large urban populations that have been getting government subsidies for, let me pull a number out of my ass, 60 years. And see how that affordability is going in those areas. Oh, my God. Keith, you know what you ought to do? You ought to create trillions of dollars in welfare spending because over 60 years, that ought to fix the inequality. Fucking retard. Watching these people trip over their dicks on the same issue over and over and then feel like they should be able to fucking, go off on what the solution is ridiculous.
Rules that you absolutely better pay attention to, that you better abide by, they have no care of at all. It is sort of evidence, this denial of the files.
Ooh, denial of the files. I like that. You've got a rhyme for it. All right. I have a term for you guys if you run for a third term. Beat the cheats. How about that? No? Snare the fraud of welfare. I don't know. But watching this guy, first of all, he's the worst kind of politician because he talks to you like he thinks you're retarded. I mean, the contempt is dripping off this guy when he talks. I mean, it's so condescending. It's so, patronizing. But also, like, he's such old school slime, You're the attorney general. You're supposed to be catching all this fraud and horseshit that's happening in my state. And I'm just watching you and your buddy Walls just fuck it to death. Just really dick it up. And the worst part is, especially with the Feeding Our Future deal, I think it's intentional. I think with Walls and especially with Ellison, they know these people and they kind of know what's going on. And because the federal government busts these people and nobody asks Walls or Ellison's questions like, hey, how did you guys miss this? It was going on right underneath your nose. This was happening on your watch. Like federal government comes in, prosecutes everyone, throws people in prison, and then, all right, Minnesota, you got it from here. I mean, this is only the third or fourth time this fraud has happened in your state on Tim Walz' watch. Keith Ellison, you're doing a great job. Keep trying to shut those bars down during COVID for trying to open up. There was a bar here in central Minnesota called Shady's. And by the way, did anything ever happen with that $250,000 they took from people? They said it was going to go to help all the bars in the area. Did they do that or did they just keep it? I don't remember. But either way, this guy tried to open his bar during COVID. He was kind of the canary in the coal mine to see what would happen if you tried to open your business during the COVID lockdowns. So they were making this big announcement that they were going to open up. And all these people turned out to show up for the big opening. Cheetos at Stoney's did this too. Cheetos tried to open up. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, either Keith Ellison or his subordinate showed up at the fucking event like they were George Wallace at the schoolhouse doors, saying, we're not going to allow this to happen today, and if you continue, we're going to arrest people. So, Keith, if you were a bar owner who wanted to open up your business during COVID, we will show up and we will bring the handcuffs and we will take you to fucking jail. But if you want to rip the American or Minnesota taxpayer off for billions of dollars, go ahead, because we can't lose you as a minority voting group. It's fucking evil, man. Cheetos says, I still have the voicemail from his fucking office from the time we were going to open up. Cheetos, could you do me a favor? Could you like make a copy of that voicemail that we could play during the show on Saturday? That would be great. If we could play that, if we could play the Keith Ellison voicemail on the air, or not on the air, or during the show, I think that would be awesome. Somebody too says also the guy talking and his buddy went from a $17.5 billion surplus in this state to a $5 billion deficit, so we should listen because he knows what he's talking about. Fiscal, he's like, oh, we need to make things cheaper and we need to do better management of our funds and this and that. Really? What's that 2026 deficit looking like, bro? What that deficit be like, yo? Yeah, we certainly need to practice, fiscal responsibility here in the state of Minnesota. Attaboy, Keith. Get him. Here's what Keith can do well. Shut him down. All right, guys, 285 away from today. We've been quiet this morning. Wake it up. It's anniversary week. It's our last goal of anniversary week. I think we should be rolling in contributions today. You got these other shows and they just talk about each other and they're all old gay men just whining and kvetching about other, and people go, I know we have a smarter audience than that, but like, here's some, I don't like that guy either. We do a better show than that. We do a bigger show than that. Let's roll in it during anniversary week, baby. This is our last goal of the week. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. I would appreciate a little Congratulations, Toe. 11 years. That's fucking impossible in this climate. Way to keep it together. Thank you, guys. 285 is the number. Let's make sure we knock this out today without me doing this too much, okay? I appreciate it. I'm going to put my belief in you until about 7:30, 8 o'clock. Get me down to 200. I'm going to leave you alone till then. I really hope you prove. Hey, everybody wants me to shut up about goals. I'm going to do that till about 8 o'clock. I'm going to give you an hour to prove me wrong. Get us under $200. We're looking good. Plankton with $1 says, I hate Ellison, but he had no jurisdiction over those cases. It's federal money. He can tell the federal government, like, hey, we got this shit going on with this feeding our future. You guys might want to look into it. He can help. He can send it up to them. Did not give a shit. Didn't care. Plankton with $1 says, I hate Oh, that's the one I just did. Thermodyne Diesel with 5 gifted memberships. Give him a Hogan.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
I think if you just got gifted a membership by Thermodyne Diesel, you should pass that membership along. We're now 37 gifted memberships away from 300 and 260 away from today's goal. So thank you very much. Big run on donations until 8 o'clock. I'm going to give you guys the floor and let you guys bang those out and prove me wrong starting right now. Oh, I just got confirmation. Big news, ladies and gentlemen. Message from Ryan Oz Klein. I asked him, you coming Saturday? Oz? Yes, sir. Oz is coming. Oz is going to be at the anniversary show on Saturday. Less than 30 seats left. I'm guessing those are going to go quicker now. Go to Eventbrite, get your tickets. Oz is back, and if you don't think I'm putting Oz on stage, you're out of your fucking mind. Oz will be there. Crunchy claimed her 2 free tickets, so Vidam Crunchy will be there. Now, wait a minute. Does that mean Crunchy's bringing a date? Because, now, wait a minute. We have, who is it? Vidam. It's Vidam who wants Crunchy, right? Somebody wants Crunchy and someone wants MSO. Or not MSO, Miss Tay. I think MSO wants Miss Tay, but I could be wrong. Vidam wants to fuck Crunchy. Crunchy's bringing 2 people, or bringing someone with her. Is Crunchy bringing a man with her? And if so, what does this do to Vidam's chances of trying to, as he said, make out with Crunchy behind the bar? Well, at any rate, it doesn't matter. Oz is going to be there Saturday. It's officially Ozfest. Join us at the party. Now, if you don't want to stay for the comedy show, that's fine. But come to the party because Oz is going to be there. Rebecca with $20 says, you look beautiful today. Damn. Thank you, Rebecca.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
And damn right I look beautiful. I look absolutely stunning. 240. Oh, hey, guys, it's 240. We've had far too many beans. Thank you, Rebecca, for the $20. I appreciate it. Where does that put Rebecca? Here in the standings. She is now at 82. Oh, that puts Rebecca above Miss Tay. Hey, the top 3 spots are taken by girlies. What do you think of that, huh? Girlies in the lead. So we've got Crunchy in first place. Crunchy is at 145. She went a little fucking bee-nanners yesterday. Rebecca in second place at 82. Miss Tay in third at 80. Walter in fourth at 64. And in the cuck chair is Vidam at 59. And very fitting because if Crunchy brings a guy with her, then Vidam might actually be in the cuck chair. That would be sad news. Put me in for my 2 free tickets, please. All right. Silver Wolf claiming his 2 free tickets. I'm going to bring your bobblehead to that. I'm not going to fuck it up. All right, guys, closer to 25 tickets now available for the comedy show. Congratulations to the girlies. Phil Herslit says, is it true Aaron is having a kissing booth on Saturday night? Yes, and Oz is going to be in charge of it. Chevy Fan says, will Gino's used headbands be included in the silent auction? That, that's something you're going to have to ask Gino. Perhaps. Silverwolf says, what time is the event on Saturday? So the party starts at 2. Come out. The tournament starts at 3. The comedy show is going to start at about 7:30. Comedy show is the only thing you got to pay for. That's the only thing you got to pay for. Thank you very much. So that's, but 2 o'clock, come out and hang out with us. Yeah, we'll stick around. Hang out with yous. Eric Cartman said, you said Oz was confirmed last year and he fucked you over. I don't think he fucked me over. He didn't show up. Roots Calhoun says, ring Gino's headbands out and Aaron's drinks. The only reason I read that one for free is very simple. It disgusted me so much that I had to read it out loud to the rest of you. It was incredibly disgusting. Silverwolf says, wait, do I have to pay for the comedy show? Not if you're a VIP, Silverwolf. No. 2 free tickets to the comedy show. Every comedy show, if you're a VIP, you get 2 free tickets to it. Yes. Hobo says, Crunchy sucks on bar rags soaked in Jaeger and collectively has 3 teeth, and 2 of them are in her pocket. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. You know what? MSO just wrote something in the chat. Before I get to Donald Trump scoring a big trade deal, by the way, it was a win that he needed fucking badly. Before we get to Trump scoring a win on a trade deal, let me first play this for in honor of Oz at the anniversary show.
Perfect prize, nothing to cause never was that he didn't.
All right, hold on.
Never did give nothing.
There we go.
Perfect prize.
Here we go.
Waits among the
In honor of Oz being at the anniversary show.
But Oz never did give nothing to the Tin Man
That he didn't already have.
And cause
Never was the reason for
the evening or the Tropic
of Sir Galahad.
So please.
So if you're an America tourist, you say horse with no name, right? But if you know you're America, you go with Tin Man. You say, I'm an America guy. It's like, you're not in America. You don't give a fuck about America. You're just visiting. You just know, I've been through the desert on a horse with no name. And that's fine. That's okay. But don't say you're an America guy. If you throw out Tin Man, then we know you're one of the few. Like, don't tell me that you're a fan of the Small Faces and you don't know this song. Like, if you say I'm a big Small Faces fan and you don't know this 1967 classic, then tell me you're a Small Faces fan if you don't know Itchy Coo Park. Just like, don't tell me you're a Nas fan and you're not going to throw at me this 1999 classic featuring Mobb Deep.
It's your new love showing. Are you fam to me? And all the fam to me?
I'm trying to get us kicked off YouTube today.
Dirty fingernails reaching in my pocket, pulling Nas out.
Mobb Deep and Nas. Dude, that's in 99. I don't think we knew, but that's a fucking track. Family by Nas and Mobb Deep is great. This verse here from Nas, one of my favorite Nas verses in all of history.
And I'ma be that same nigga from the door, and I'ma still walk the same path.
This coming up right here.
Clash. We get stacks. You do the math. We pound niggas out, walk away and laugh.
Fresh 'em out the lab. He and Nostradamus, kid.
Rap niggas shit they draw.
Yo, they probably
How's it go?
air condition y'all niggas. My prediction is you
Rewind this, your highness. Q Burrow's finest.
Click your Timbs 3 times. The wizard is Nas. Grant you a wish. You get rich while listening hard.
I don't know why
To my
women
thugs
don't
in
like
the prison
this.
yard. Bench pressing 200 pounds and up.
Feeling like you're down on your luck.
Raise up, I feel your pain. Hit the law library. Appeal the game. All eyes on me. Restrained from.
You know why? Because it's about black guys in prison empowering themselves and becoming intelligent. And white women know that if they become intelligent, they'll stay the fuck away from white women. And that's why white women don't like Nas. It's facts. Absolute facts. Roots Calhoun could back me up on that. Jane says, I don't like him because he's a satanic freak. See, I didn't know that. Honky with $1 says, speaking of America, is the former co-host Sister Goldenhair going to be Keanu's +1 at the anniversary show? I don't know. Could there be an appearance? To quote Alexander Usyk, I have no idea. Roots Calhoun says, I rocked the stage with Mob. One of Prod's last shows, Abbey Pub in like 2016. That must have been great. I was supposed to go to a Talib Kweli show at Spring Jam on the U of M campus back in 06, 07. And instead, Talib did not show up. There was a riot. We all got pepper sprayed. Yay! I was wearing a Twins hat, and I had some sweat on my forehead, and then the pepper spray got in that area as we were walking downwind into it, and my forehead started burning like you licked one of those big red wrappers and put it on your forehead. That. Hobo says, why couldn't Aaron get sickle cell anemia or something for just liking rap music? Oh, I'm sorry that I have incredible taste in rap music. I'm sorry that I like the greatest shit out there. Like, I think Roots and I will both educate you guys. If you're a big Nas fan and you really like Nas's best stuff, this is probably one of the deepest, hardest hitting Nas songs that there is out there. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Uchi Wally was fucking terrible. All right, you know what? This song is actually kind of fun. He taught you? It's a dick, just suck it.
Yo, we got chicks in the living room getting it on.
Oh God, this
ain't leaving till 6 in the morning.
This was the worst era of Nas. This was his worst era. Even he said it was either in Stillmatic or Godson. It was where he said, got in them shoes, tried them, wore them, wasn't a perfect fit, so I couldn't sport them. Uchi Wally was not the best era of Nas. Root says, Aaron Hobo is a fucking hip-hop encyclopedia. He knows more than me. No lie. Oh, shit, don't fuck with that guy. Are 50-some-year-olds supposed to know a lot about hip-hop? How does that work? Dub says, Mob Deep, don't play, Aaron. Oh, well, then I won't. Absolutely not.
Yeah, that's a small thing. COD, part 3.
We're not getting monetized, by the way, today, guys.
All right, now, pay attention to the crime rhyme with P. Keeping you is in perspective. Mob, representative, call me the specialist.
That's another one. You don't see a lot of female Mob Deep fans. They just, why can't I dance to it? Because they like pussy and they're black and they're dudes and they don't fucking care. They're trying to tell you a fucking story about the black struggle, you selfish white bitch. That's why I didn't get laid as much in high school as maybe I should have. That's why I found one girl and just kind of fucked her because I was like, God, I got to stop yelling at these girls about hip hop like I'm a Black Panther. It's really a bad look. Plus, I have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm pretty sure this is just misogyny. I'm like, yeah, why are you listening to Nas? He's not good. Because he's trying to talk about the love of Christ during a ghetto shootout, you fucking trollop. They just wanted to listen to Lollipop, that's all. And I feel like I ruined the vibe, but Eric Cartman says that wasn't a girl, Aaron. Close enough, it had long hair. Root says, you don't hear about Nas at no Diddy parties. That's right, because he's gay. Wait, what? He's not a homosexual. Root says, haha, yo, like you wouldn't rock a pink fur coat. I wouldn't rock a pink fur. I could rock a pink fur coat. Fair enough. MSO, we will never be referring to Eric Church as Eric's Synagogue. How fucking dare you? How fucking dare you? All right, let's continue on with today's show. This is the only show that goes from yelling about Nas and Mobb Deep to trying to faithfully break down a Donald Trump trade agreement with the Japanese. I mean, I feel like I deserve some credit for that. No lie. So, yesterday, desperately needing a W. I mean, let's be honest. Trump's numbers are going down. The Epstein thing was a fucking terrible look for him. It's been a rough one for old Dandy Don. August 1st, these tariffs are coming back. So what is that? Next Friday, a week from tomorrow, all those tariffs are coming back. The market's going to fucking hate it. Prices are going to fucking hate it. It's going to be bad. It's going to be sludge. Tariffs are sludge in a free trade system. Now, it's also going to bring in more revenue for the United States. So either you're going to get these tariffs or you're going to get more investment in American business to avoid said tariffs, or you're going to get trade deals with other countries that are more advantageous and create more investment for the United States of America. So a lot of the biggest MAGA people think that these tariffs thing is a can't lose situation. Either you get tariff revenue, more investment in America, or better trade deals. They see it as nothing but a win-win when the alternative is the way we're doing business now, which is huge trade deficits. Then you have people like me, and I could be wrong because I don't fucking know anything about this shit, but you and I, we can, 7, 8, 900 of us at a time can rap about this, and maybe we can figure some shit out. In my opinion, tariffs limit free trade. And the reason for the tariffs seem a little overblown, seeing as people say, well, we have a trade deficit with, say, Japan. Well, we're always going to have a trade deficit with Japan unless we produce more things in America, unless we up our energy production and start exporting more. Our export-import balance is going to be way out of whack because America buys a lot of shit from other countries. And America has a, $25 trillion a year GDP, which nobody else comes close to. I think China's at like 16 or 17, and they're number 2. So we're always going to consume more than other people consume of ours. Now, some people say, Aaron, that still doesn't matter because these trade deficits, the way they are unsustainable. They're not good. They're bad. We're getting ripped off, basically. So Trump wants to fix that. He thinks tariffs are going to do it, or it's going to bring them to the table and make them talk trade deal. Now, I've been saying that these tariffs are going to be bad. They're going to strangle the economy. They're going to slow it down. And if we don't get these trade deals done, then we're fucked. The only way Trump can win on these tariffs is with more investment in the United States or better trade deals. Well, he got a big win yesterday. He got a trade deal done with Japan. And I think it's worth going over. You got to be fair. Trump certainly did need a win after all this Epstein stuff.
Japanese auto stocks soaring after President Trump announced a trade deal with Japan.
I just signed the largest trade deal in history. I think maybe the largest deal in history with Japan.
The deal includes 15% tariffs on goods entering the U.S. from Japan. Trump has threatened to impose 25% tariffs beginning August 1st.
I got to say that I'll give Trump this. That's pretty fucking brilliant because he was going to put a 25% tariff on them. And they're staring that in the face and they're like, well, we don't want that. That could limit the amount of money we take in from our biggest trade partner, which is the United States. But then in this trade deal, Trump still gets a 15% tariff. So Trump gets a trade deal. Japan feels like, oh, we dodged a bullet on that 25 by agreeing to that 15. That's like you don't have to give a guy any money ever. And that guy goes, hey, every day when I walk by, you're going to give me $25. And they go, whoa, wait a minute. No, let's make a deal. You know, I'll trade you some of my bubble gum for some of your pens, and I'll give you $15 every day when I walk by. And we go, got yourself a deal. And they go, oh, we avoided that $25. Hey, wait a minute, but we were giving them $0 before. So that, I got to say, shrewd deal making by Trump on that.
Auto tariffs, which took effect in April, will also be lowered from 25% to 15%.
I got to say, so far, I like it.
The Japanese auto industry likely breathing a sigh of relief. Auto exports to the U.S. made up nearly 30% of all shipments from Japan last year.
Wow. So we're a third of their auto shipment business. So I will say it, Trump's right on that end. These people have to make a fucking deal with us. How you going to make up 30% of your business?
And were down sharply last month. Trump says under this new deal, Japan would also invest $550 billion in the U.S. at his direction, claiming the U.S. will get 90% of the profits, but not elaborating on what those investments might be.
See, and you got to remember, this is the mainstream media, so they got to shit on the deal in some way. So you got this one where Trump goes, $550 billion in the United States at my direction. I mean, it'll most likely be like Toyota factories. A lot of what they do is they'll bring in parts from cheaply made places in cheap parts of the world, send all the parts to a place. I think they have a big plant in Tennessee. I could be wrong. And then they assemble them there. So Japan will say, Toyota will say, well, this Toyota Tundra is made in America because the parts were assembled here. And that's probably going to be most of what that $550 billion is, which is great. I mean, I don't give a shit if an American worker's working at a Toyota factory or a Ford factory, as long as they got a job. And that's huge.
The deal comes just hours after Trump announced.
Why is Trump meeting with Yoko Ono to talk about? I don't understand it.
Announced a deal with the Philippines, saying that country will pay 19% tariffs on exported goods.
Damn.
Only slightly less than what Trump had threatened.
So Trump tells the Philippines, listen, you guys got one thing. You guys got two things. You got Manny Pacquiao and Rice, and one of those two things is 46 years old. He wears leg warmers in the ring, all right? You're paying us 20%. And they're like, oh, no, Mr. Trump. We pay you less than a 20%. I don't even know if that's how Filipinos say. Oh, no, they all talk like Manny Pacquiao. They talk like this. It's almost kind of an Indian affect that they have on their voice. They're all very light spoken and they speak like this. They're almost like, different. You know what? Never. I'm going to get in trouble. So they go, no, not the 20%. How about 19%? Sold. You know what? Not bad. Trump should be pumping this up more. This is the win he needed.
The administration last spring predicted 90 trade deals in 90 days, but only a handful of deals have been reached so far.
Yikes.
We have Europe coming in tomorrow, and the next day we have some other ones coming in. We're doing things that have never been done in this country before. In our country,
right, like telling us you're going to release this mass child trafficking ring and then not doing it. He could be sucking himself off over this deal if he would have just released those fucking files. You don't have to run for re-election, dude. You can release all the files. And it can show that you're in them, and it doesn't matter. You don't have to run again.
is becoming very rich again.
Now, Trump also says the U.S. and Japan are close to a deal on exporting liquefied natural gas from Alaska.
All right, cool.
Overnight.
Good. I mean, man, we could use a couple of wins. So we got Japan, we got the Philippines. So we're going to be stocked up on Toyota Tundras and whatever comes out of the rice paddy. We're looking aces. That's good. Sam Show says Japan is borderline third world at times. You know, there was this idea in the early 90s. There was this idea that Japan was about to pass us. Believe it or not, economically, back in the 90s, people were like, by the turn of the century, Japan's going to be the economic world superpower. They're going to be the greatest. And then in the 90s, Japan suffered what was called the lost decade. And in that lost decade, Japan's economic growth became non-existent. And they fell out of that running of being the biggest, economy in the world. That's why when we had the crisis in 2008 and people were like, oh, China's going to overtake us. It's like, no, dude, like they can't. Not the way their economy's modeled. They can't take that next step up to where the United States is. Also, it's going to be hard to become number one when so much of the world is dependent on what we're doing. Like, seeing as they are an exporter nation to us, if we take a step backwards, they can't help but take a step backwards. It's going to be very difficult for anyone to overtake the U.S. The only people that can cause the U.S. to fall to number two, in my opinion, at this point, is the United States. We can only do it to ourselves. And through our monetary policy, we're doing a damn good job of that. Chevrolet JB says Japan was our main cheap manufacturer before World War II. I mean, they still are one of our biggest cheap manufacturers. No, I know they're doing better. No, economically they're doing better now. But yeah, well, that was one of the big problems that Japan had when the emperor let the military kind of have more control. They became more nationalistic, and they were like, "Hey, we're not, the European world treats us like we're a bunch of like dumb third world savages. Let's show them we're not." And that's when they started the Japan co-prosperity sphere back in the 30s. They said, we're going to start bringing like all of these Asian countries are under British, French, American influence. No, fuck that. The Asian people are our people. We're going to have dominion over them. So it became this turf war. And Japan said, well, wait a minute. These countries are in our backyard. Why can't we be the influencing power? They were also very, very pissed at the Allies for the fact that they helped the Allies win World War I in a lot of Germany's colonial possessions. And for their efforts, they got basically dog shit. They got nothing. They're like, dude, in the last 20 years, we fucked up the Russians. We fucked up the Germans. We fucked up the Austrians. And we fucked up the Ottomans. And you're not going to give us shit for it? And then they became our enemy in World War II. Nomo says Japan took that knowledge and ran. I mean, they've done pretty well. I mean, for a little tiny, you got to say, for a little tiny island country, Japan has done pretty well. So Trump gets a win on trade. He desperately needed a win on trade. Hopefully it's a win for all of us. I'm sure the markets will respond favorably for the rest of the week. But let's get to another big item. Speaking of the Epstein stuff and speaking of Trump having a lot of issues on that front lately, Congress did it. The madmen of Congress did it. Ghislaine Maxwell has been subpoenaed by Congress to testify in front of them, but it's about a grocery scandal. It's not, no, I'm just kidding. It's about the Epstein thing. She's been subpoenaed by Congress. Also yesterday, there was a motion requested to unseal grand jury documents in the Jeffrey Epstein case. So basically, the way they got the indictments, presenting it before a grand jury, people in Congress had asked, the Trump DOJ, had asked to unseal those documents, and a judge said no. So, yeah, one thing the Trump administration can say is, hey, we tried to get more Epstein documents. They told us no. That's not a lie. But Ghislaine Maxwell being subpoenaed by Congress, that's going to be interesting. We talked about it yesterday, how Alan Dershowitz is already laying the groundwork to get Ghislaine Maxwell out of jail. Dershowitz is the guy kind of carrying water for the meme of, hey, if Jeffrey Epstein didn't have a client list, who the fuck did he traffic all these people to? Why is Ghislaine Maxwell in prison? Dershowitz said the same thing. I think they're going to work out a deal where if she testifies before Congress about Jeffrey Epstein, they're going to cut her loose. I think, what are we at? July of 2025? I'm going to say by New Year's 2026, and hold me to this. By New Year's 2026, there will be a deal in place for Ghislaine Maxwell to leave custody. I'm not going to say she'll be out by January. These things move very slowly. But I think by January 1st, there will be a deal in place for her to go to Congress, talk about Epstein, and get released from jail. And honestly, I'd let her out. Epstein's dead, obviously. I would let her out if it meant we got info on Epstein that we don't currently have that would implicate powerful people. I'd be willing to let her out of jail. So let's do it. I mean, like I said the other day, who had Ghislaine Maxwell possibly being our saving grace on the Epstein stuff and Trump being looked at as the villain who's covering shit up? It's pretty wild. But yesterday, Ghislaine Maxwell's attorney, David Oscar Marcus, said, "We understand Speaker Johnson's general concern. Congress should always vet the credibility of its witnesses. She was his right-hand man. She was his Pepper Potts. But in this case, those concerns are unfounded. If Miss Maxwell agrees to testify before Congress and not take the fifth, and that remains a big if, she would testify truthfully, as she always has said she would, as she will with Mr. Blanche. The truth should not be feared or preemptively dismissed. No previous prosecutor from the Southern District of New York or elsewhere has had the courage to meet with Miss Maxwell and ask her these important questions." So there you go. In that phrasing alone, there's the groundwork being laid for, hey, this is still a big if, but we'll do this if you want us to, but it's a big if. So basically, he's saying without saying, you cut my client loose, we'll tell you whatever you want. We'll cut a deal. And Speaker Johnson doesn't want it to happen because Speaker Johnson is trying to run cover for the elites. He shut down Congress. They're not coming back until September because they were about to force his hand on a vote to release all the Epstein files. And he knew he was going to lose that vote. So, just do what you always do. Blame Thomas Massie for trying to get shit done. So he's trying to stop the files from coming out. He's trying to stop Ghislaine Maxwell from talking. And Ghislaine Maxwell's attorney is out there going, hey, you guys, we get the right deal. We'll spill. We are grateful to Mr. Blanche and his DOJ that they are approaching this with an open mind. That's how our system is supposed to work. Don't talk to me about our fucking system with your client being a fucking... As for the congressional subpoena, Miss Maxwell is taking this one step at a time. She looks forward to meeting with the Department of Justice, and that discussion will help inform how she proceeds. I like it. And, Trump and Mike Johnson are trying to do this thing where they go, do you really like it? The Democrats are the ones. Look, man, I don't care if they got a D, an R, a W, an A, B, C, D, E, F, LGBTQ next to their name. I don't give a shit. If they're getting Ghislaine Maxwell to spill what she knows on Epstein, I'm on their side on that one. Fuck it. Switchblade Proper says, what's the last name of the judge that blocked the release yesterday? Oh, God damn it. Don't make me Google that. Is it? No, Switchblade Proper, before I Google this, just answer this yes or no question. Before I Google this, do you know what the name of the judge who said no to the Epstein files was yesterday? Do you know? If you don't know, I'm going to look it up immediately and go, oh, that's interesting. If you already know and you just want me to Google it, I'll still do it. I just want to know what you're leading me into. Switchblade Proper says, I might. All right. Judge turns down Epstein files. U.S. judge rejects Trump administration's bid to unseal Epstein grand jury transcripts. Okay. Federal judge on Wednesday denied justice, blah, 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 blah. But on Wednesday, U.S. District Judge Robin Rosenberg ruled that the department's request in Florida did not fall into any of the... I don't want to do this today. I don't want to. You know what we did yesterday? We watched last night on the evening show. We watched this clip where Alex Stein was grilling the marketing director or whatever of Ashley Madison. And the Ashley Madison person was talking about how, well, at Ashley Madison, we could help the guy who was caught at the Coldplay concert. And Alex Stein's basically like, aren't you like a giant piece of shit? Like, don't you guys just basically break up families? And he's like, no, they're going to do it anyway. We just give them a place where they can do it discreetly and safely. And Alex is like, yeah, well, aren't you like a giant piece of shit for doing that, though? Because you facilitate the breakup of these families and this horrible infidelity and this immorality. And he's like, what? What are we doing? And I'm like, who's in charge of Ashley Madison? So I made a mistake and I started Googling, and I shouldn't have done this. I should not have Googled the Ashley Madison thing. So I said, who runs Ashley Madison? And it's the Ruby Corporation. And I was like, well, who's the CEO of the Ruby Corporation? And like, unlike Sam Show and Bappa Shab and these other people who are like, it's the fucking Jews. I sit there and I go, God be a Catholic, God be a Catholic, God. Because I'm just like, I don't want to be surrounded by so much noticing. Like, I just don't want it. I don't want that vibe. Because I'm not somebody who can deny the facts. I'm not somebody who can just deny the truth, right? If I see it, I have to notice it. I can't be like, shut that out of your brain, because then I feel like I'm lying to myself. So I look at it, and the Ruby Corporation has a CEO by the name of David Cohen, and I'm just like, motherfucker. Someone says, how is Catholic any better? Well, what I'm saying is it wouldn't, like, every time I Google it, it wouldn't say the same fucking thing. Like this judge who's blocking these Epstein files. I'm sitting there like, just be an Anderson, or a Williams or something like that. Like, be a Ketanji Brown Jackson this time. I don't know. It helps me. Let's go to this text. It says, Epstein worked for Maxwell. Let her hang from the gallows. Oh, you think Ghislaine Maxwell was the big head honcho? So it's the other way around. She was running shit, and Epstein was working for her. Well, you know what they say. Some men run their house. Some men run around their house. Maybe Epstein ran around his house. We don't know. Eric Cartman says, I am a Knights Templar. I didn't know you guys were still around. Dysrhythmia says, yeah, this is a good point. If a Catholic is in charge of Ashley Madison, it's not a good Catholic. That's true. Jane says, so gay, and now he's married. I want to send a man to hit on her. See how that goes. The Ashley Madison guy? No, he's not married. He said he was married for like 20 years. He's into dudes. I think he got caught cornholing a guy. That's just my theory. Just my theory. That he was caught with, a fist in the bushel basket, if you catch my drift. All right, we got these pieces of shit. I don't know. I hate to be current year guy, but I don't know how in 2025 this still happens. I suppose maybe because the state of Florida exists, which I like the state of Florida, don't get me wrong, but it's like, if you go inland, you start to find ghouls and goblins and monsters. I mean, it's just really the people with the tank tops and the really dark, old leather suntans with their feet in a kiddie pool in a yard where there's only a little grass growing in spots. You get those monsters, the Florida creatures, if you will. I don't know how people are still leaving dogs or children in cars. I don't. Like, without, I'm talking about without it running, without, just summertime, especially Florida, hot car, just fucking off and leave them, especially the bar stories. Like, I expect this shit basically from Wisconsin, and that's all. But a couple is accused of leaving their children in a car while they went in and got fucked up. Wonderful.
Left alone while both mom and dad were allegedly at the bar having a drink.
Again, further proof that, we say that two parents involved in the kid's life is better. There's always exceptions to the rule.
Flagler County deputies say a baby was found in the back of a car.
This happened on Friday, and tonight those parents are facing child neglect charges. Watch 2's Haley Crumblehome spoke with the sheriff and someone who alerted others about the baby.
The sheriff's office says the car was unlocked, the engine was running, keys still in the ignition with a baby in the back seat.
All right, that's a little, okay, listen, that's a little better. It's still wildly fucking irresponsible. I mean, I see Florida as a state where there would be plenty of people willing to steal a baby. You just made it very easy for them to steal a baby. At least, and this is how little faith I have in the American people at this point, at least they left the car running. At least they didn't go get fucking hammered with their baby in the car and the vehicle off on a hot July Florida afternoon. I had so little faith for these people going in that I'm willing to accept, okay, good. At the very least, these people left the car running for the baby.
Now, that baby was okay, but the sheriff says this situation...
You don't know that. Give that baby 14 more years of being raised by these two. I think we still have to go with, is the baby okay? Still being yet to be determined. TBD.
Situation could have ended very differently.
Oh God, and they're in a shitty strip mall bar too. Oh, they're in one of those bars. You know, like in the neighborhood you live in, there's that strip mall that always struggles to keep tenants. Like they have 2 vape shops. Like that's how struggling they are. They're like, hey, we got a guy here. He sells CBD. We got a hair salon, another liquor store, and these people are going to try and get their sports bar to take off.
Body camera video from...
I mean, sure, all their TVs are TCLs, but it's a dependable brand.
Friday night in Flagler County, UC deputies were responding to a report of a baby left in a car outside of a bar in Palm Coast.
Smash the windows and make sure the kids are okay.
The car ended up being...
How is it that the computer service place has like more inviting lighting than the bar? Even though that lighting is way too fucking much, let's pull the plug on it when we close the store, guys. It's still, I thought the computer service place was the bar at first. By the way, you cannot tell me that there is not a vape shop in that strip mall. Every strip mall has a vape shop now. Vape shop, nails, or hair.
Unlocked. An infant was in the back seat. Sheriff Rick Staley said his parents were inside the bar.
You're certainly not going to get Parents of the Year when drinking at a bar is more important than probably taking care of your infant child.
According to an arrest...
You know, that judge, in fairness, that guy has my handwriting. Holy shit. In fairness, that judge kind of got one served up right on a tee for him. I mean, it was a hanging curveball high and away. I mean, he did just go boom. Yeah, you two aren't going to get Parents of the Year. This was a bad parenting job. Hey, don't be too harsh on him, Judge.
Report Clarice Finnegan told deputies she only came to the bar to get money from her husband, Norman Finnegan, to get some things from CVS for the baby, saying she only...
Sure. I mean, she probably... I'm guessing that as we continue on in this story, we're going to find out that this woman stopped with the car running, went into the bar, grabbed the money from her husband, and then just left. I bet you she didn't stay for even one drink.
And she only left the child in the car because she believed smoking was allowed inside the bar.
I don't know. Sounds like a load of horse shit to me.
Both she and her husband said she wasn't inside long. She said she only had a few sips of a drink a bartender gave her.
A few sips of it? Because we know when you walk into a bar, a bartender just gives you a drink for free. Hey, we really like you here. Here's some of our product for no charge, stranger. I had a few sips of a drink. That's the new I only had 2 beers when you get pulled over driving.
We're very fortunate the car wasn't stolen with the infant in the back.
No shit.
They're lucky that the car didn't stall and then it became a very hot car and something happened to the child. This incident could have really had a different outcome if it wasn't.
You don't, like, are we supposed to believe that you stopped for a minute to go in, get some money from your husband, and in that minute or two, you parked, went into the bar, the cops just were happening to park at that strip mall that day, saw your vehicle, walked over, saw the baby, and went, oh, we should do something about this. All this happened in the span of just a couple of minutes while you had a few sips of a drink. Liar. Liar, no trust.
For the witness that saw something and said something.
According to the arrest report, someone texted 911 about the baby being left inside the car.
Right. That didn't happen, 10 seconds. Like, people aren't just going to see a person walk into a store, leaving the car running with a kid inside and go, I'm going to immediately tell the police.
We tracked down another witness interviewed in that report. She said she noticed a car running in the parking lot outside of a bar on Palm Harbor Village Way.
Right.
I seen the kid.
Oh, my God. Jesus. She was there for the vape shop.
And then I told my brother, I was like, yo, I think there's a baby in the car.
The witness.
I miss Florida. I want to go back. Actually, I didn't see that part of Florida. I didn't see. I told my brother, yo, there's a baby in the bar. We should probably call the cops. Go back. I didn't see that part of Florida.
Witness interviewed in that report. She said she noticed a car running in the parking lot outside of a bar on Palm Harbor Village Way.
I seen the kid, and then I told my brother. I was like, yo, I think there's a baby in the car.
Honest to God, like she should, that should be on the state flag.
Palm Harbor Village Way.
I seen the kid, and then I told my brother. I was like, yo, I think there's a baby in the car.
Or I'm just really fucking high, dude.
The witness we talked to said she saw a man come out and look inside the car at one point while she was there, but she was shocked there was a baby inside.
I was like, wow, like how could somebody do that? You know, like where could they be? Like, you know, can't be doing, there's nothing that's important enough that where you could leave the baby in the car.
The nose-piercing goth chick knows better, Mom.
She said deputies arrived shortly after she realized the infant was there.
Which I'm grateful for, and I feel like if the cops hadn't showed up, I would have called them myself.
Fuck
Covering
yeah.
Flagler County and Palm Coast, Haley Crumplehome, WESH 2 News.
All right, well, I will, again, after all the fucking terrible news stories we've seen about, you know, shitty parents leaving kids in a car and all that, I'm going to give these people a little bit of the benefit of the doubt for the sole reason that at least they left the car on. That's it. That's the only saving grace I'm giving them. Mike Dick with $4.99 says, isn't singing HBK's entrance music about another guy gay? Checking off all the boxes today, I see. I'm nothing if not consistent. Thank you very much. Hulkamasha Baby with $1 says, yeah, Anderson. The ones we know with that name are real good at keeping marriages together. All right. Take it easy. I picked a common name. Did I say Anderson? I thought I said Williams. I miss her so much. Sorry. 2:35. There you go. Thank you. I told you guys I wasn't saying anything until 8, so I'm not saying anything. I just wanted to thank Mike and Hulkamash for the $5 and the $1. Thanks a million. Let's get back to the show, shall we? Landers says, what a race mixing piece of shit. I have a feeling you missed the point of that story. I have a feeling that the point they were trying to make was not that white men shouldn't be with Asians. I think they were trying to say leaving a baby in a car running while you get hammered is bad. But, you know, that's why we play these news stories on the show, so people can have a wide array of opinions that then we can all discuss. Like, is it okay to leave your baby in the car with the car running while you go and drink with your husband? Or should whites be marrying Asians? Is apparently another topic we need to discuss because of this. I will say, I'll allow it. I'll allow it. Landers says white men should only breed with white women. Oh, white women, though. Really? White women? I don't know. Maybe white men could get with another race and we could breed something better. You know? Like maybe breed those white women genes out of it. I could be wrong. I could be getting in trouble with my own audience right now. I have no idea. Historically white, immediately refuting my point by saying we don't need any more Tim Pools. Damn it. Yeah, but I mean, do you really want to build a lot more Dave Rubins also? I mean, we can counterpoint on this shit if you want to. I mean, there's a lot. If we're really going to dive into this conversation off of this story, I think I better make some tea. We've got what is this? How upset does this third place finish make you? What third place finish? Oh, Doughnut. Oh, they ranked, some newspaper ranked donuts. Cub Foods got number 1. Dude, Cub Foods, I miss Cub Food. I wish Cub Foods would come back to this area. You got to go to the cities to find a Cub Foods. I'll give them the number 1 donut. I think Cold Spring Bakery makes the best donut, but whatever. Hanish Bakery and Coffee Shop in Red Wing, suck my dick. And Clearwater Travel Plaza, number 3. The only reason Clearwater Travel Plaza is in the top 5 in donuts is size. They make giant fucking donuts for morbidly obese people. So I don't know. I don't think I can give Clearwater Travel Plaza tops. It's not bad. But there's Dutch Made Bakery, there's Cold Spring Bakery, there's Cub Foods. Lund's and Byerly's has an incredible bakery. So I don't know. Wait a minute. The fact that you guys have me talking about ranking donuts plays right into this audience's hand. I'm killing this conversation. I'm strangling it in its crib. Thank you very much. I'm leaving it out in the parking lot while I go drink. Soylent Goy says we need to find a way to make Mexican women have white babies. I mean, I didn't want to say it, but, you know, Jim Tells You says, would really like to interview you. I would love to be on your Stormfront podcast. No, I'm just kidding. Jim Tells You, send me an email, send me a link to your show. Maybe we'll check it out on our show, and we'll see what you do. And maybe we'll put something together, my man. AaronImholtRadio@gmail.com. Ryan the Garbage Man says Dutch Made Bakery. All right, well, see, there you go. Rovert says Cold Spring Bakery, number 1. I agree. Somebody, too, says Quick Trip, decent donuts. You should know this, Aaron. No, none of these gas stations have good enough bakeries to rank in the top 10. See, I need to kill this conversation because now Zen Man says, why does Aaron know where all the bakeries are at? See, I'm walking into these punches. Sam Show says, doesn't matter where you turn, the women are crazy and have insane expectations. Sam Show, don't you go incel on me. We're losing them. We're losing them. VTAG, clear. Kaboom. Come back to us, Sam Show. You can't go full incel on us, buddy. Get outside today. Go meet some people. Do something. We're losing him. Scott Jonesy says that shirt is a war crime. Well, if this shirt is a war crime, call me the Khmer Rouge. King Kong Dong says if you're not gay, he will say no. Doggo Doesn't Die prefers the Cold Play Bakery. It's where you bring your mistress for breakfast. Zen Man says country style donuts is the best, hands down. I don't know that place. Aaron loves Quick Trip pies. I mean, when they're sent to me, by audience members, sure, I'll eat them. Carolyn says there's Cub Foods in Brainerd and Baxter. Well, God bless. I'm going to Otsego in September. Not Brainerd or Baxter. Shit. Doggo Doesn't Die says VTAG. DFib maybe? I don't know. I just say words that I've heard on TV shows before. The VTAG can refer to several different things. An RFID tag used to then a Tibetan advocacy group. Maybe I hold on. Hold on. A VTAG refers to a triage tag used to categorize patients based on the severity of their condition, particularly in emergency situations like mass casualty events. A black triage tag, or priority V, that's VTAG, indicates a patient is deceased or has injuries so severe that survival is unlikely given the available resources. Okay, so when Dr. Cox in Scrubs was saying VTAG clear, he was saying like this person's circling the drain. They're not doing so well. That's what VTAG meant. Okay, cool. I know what that means now. Great. Somebody too asks, Aaron, did you invite Cowpote to the party this weekend? No, but I should. So Oz is going to be there. Let's get the Potester. Let's get Cowpote out to the party. I agree. I'll get in touch with oh God, I forgot his name. Fuck, I forgot Cowpote's name. It's not Steve, but it's a name like Steve. Fuck, I forgot. Jeff, that's it. I'll invite Jeff today. By the way, less than 30 tickets left to the comedy show. So get your tickets on eventbrite.com today and tomorrow. Let's sell this thing out. Did you hear about the people that were sucking each other off and fucking eating each other's box on the JetBlue flight yesterday? God damn. And they weren't even doing it in the bathroom. So there's this couple that, you know, and by the way, like getting horny on a plane, I don't know. It's just such a, I'm not saying that flying is a miserable experience. I kind of like flying, but it's just like, there's too many people and I don't want an audience and the bathrooms are fucking tiny and I ain't trying to fuck in that tiny little bathroom. It's like, I can wait until we land and we get to our hotel. We can fuck then. Like, we're not impulsive, retarded, drug addicted animals. We don't have to suck and fuck on an airplane in front of a bunch of people. And that voyeuristic stuff, that's weird. That's a mental condition. So if you're fucking on the plane as it is, I'm not, and I feel really bad for Dan Bongino that he got caught in this situation. I mean, I would never, I would never wish something like this on even my worst enemy. Poor Dan. This happened on a JetBlue flight, which, by the way, JetBlue still in business. I did not know. JetBlue is one of those airlines. I don't know if it flies out of Minnesota much or what. I never hear about JetBlue. I didn't even know JetBlue was still kicking. Like the other one, the one I flew to New York in 2005, U.S. Airways, I think. Is U.S. Airways still in business? No, it merged with American in 2015 and the U.S. Airways brand was retired. Is JetBlue still in? Are they owned by somebody else? They're a major airline operating since 2000. They serve over 100 destinations in the U.S., Latin America, Caribbean, Canada, and Europe. Okay. Well, I guess it's the plane destination if you want to fucking eat pussy on a flight. So there is that. A Connecticut couple has been charged with lewd and lascivious exhibition. Oh, God, why do we have to use words like this? We're grown-ups. After they were accused of hanky-panky on a flight from New York to Florida and not stopping when they noticed kids watching. All right, burn them in a fire. If you can keep up any kind of sex thing when you know there's kids around, you are a fucking perverted creep weirdo. That is problematic. Like, first of all, like if you're a married couple with kids or like you got kids in the house and the kids walk in on you, I mean, that's the most terrifying thing in the world. That's the, like, if there's kids in the house and you aren't like under the covers and trying to do it. So that's, you know, I'll say this about married couples who live with their kids all the time. That's got to be one of the most frustrating parts of your romantic relationship is finding time and finding the energy to have sex. I mean, the quickie was almost invented for married people with children, especially children who don't quite understand, you know, bedroom boundaries yet at their age. It's got to be difficult. You got to make time you can wait till you get them to bed, but by the time you get them to bed, you're fucking exhausted. That's understandable. But like one thing's for sure, if you have children, you know this. The minute like a kid walks in or there's a knock on the door, it's immediately, all right, stop. You freeze like you got caught killing somebody. It should be the most horrifying concept that you know of. But these people are on a flame. These people are on a plane. They're sucking and fucking each other. They notice there's kids on the flight, and they're like, fuck it, we'll keep going. That's creepy. If you can maintain that energy in that situation, I'm immediately questioning you. Trista Riley allegedly decided to get dirty on a JetBlue plane early Saturday, allegedly performing oral sex on Christopher Drew Arnold, according to court documents obtained by TMZ. Specifically, police were informed she made up and down movements with her head while she was face down in his lap and also masturbated him. That's the weird. Like whenever they have to like legally describe a blowjob, it always just, it sounds very like mechanical, you know? She was making an up and down motion with her head while, and I'm not going to make the motions because it'll get clipped, while also masturbating the man. All right, so she was sucking his dick. That's how blowjobs work. Like, what kind of mutant are you if you don't fucking work the shaft with your hand while you're sucking a cock? God damn it. I know what I was saying, and I know what I meant, and I know how that was supposed to come out. I just understand that maybe it didn't sound that way to someone who maybe just be, might just be walking into the show. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. The two minors' appalled mother also claimed in her complaint that Trista didn't care that the kids were watching her. Fucking control yourself. It's an airplane. There's shitloads of people on board. Have a little respect for yourself also. You're basically turning yourself into a fucking show dolphin in front of a bunch of people. You're treating yourself like a fucking zoo animal. I sucked his dick on a plane in front of a bunch of people. Oh, so you're a good-for-nothing, trifling whore. Okay, got it. Understood. Oh, man, like, I can't imagine the kind of guy that wants a girl like that. That is such an insecure, like, underdeveloped, arrested development mind of a 14-year-old kid. I want a girl who's going to suck my dick on a plane in front of people. I got news for you. That chick is fucking other people, brother. I'm sorry. If she is such a shameless trollop that she will suck your cock in front of a bunch of strangers and children on a plane, she ain't loyal, brother. She ain't future-in material. She ain't wifey material, as they say. It's unclear how long the sexual acts lasted, but the mother told police Trista went down on Christopher during takeoff, which, if true, means the kid had to sit through the rest of the flight after witnessing such an obscene situation. I mean, yeah, flog these two publicly. JetBlue Corporate Communications says, quote, "This behavior is completely unacceptable and will not be tolerated by JetBlue. Immediately upon receiving the report, our crew members acted swiftly to engage JetBlue's security team and law enforcement. We are fully cooperating with the investigation, and these customers are no longer welcome to fly JetBlue." JetBlue? She needed the money. Oh. Stupid. Utterly stupid. Veldrain says, Aaron, it's fine. They were playing I Love It during. Plankton 92. We're giving head on a plane up and down and slobbing on him, jerking. I'm not going to fucking do that. I'm not doing it. I am tired of these motherfucking hoes on this motherfucking plane. Eric Cartman says, it's called a teachable moment, Aaron. Oh. Is that what it is? Sorry. Someone says, masturbating him. Show us, Aaron. No. How about that? No. Spank the Monkey says, clip it. You're not even a member. You can't fucking do that. You knock it off. She couldn't even wait through takeoff. Eric Cartman says, this behavior is only allowed on our red-eye flights. Hey-oh. Veltrain says, they're going up, down, up, down, up, down. Jesus. I'm not going to sing parody songs to a girl blowing a guy on a plane. It's too clippable. It's too clippable. Helgi says, open wide, honey. Here comes the airplane. Zip. Oh, God. Eagle of America says it will now be known as JetBlue balls. Chevy fan says they hijacked his orgasm. Hey. He couldn't even bring it in for a landing. His landing gear malfunctioned. I see his bag was carry-on. Nomo says they should have done it on the money plane. Oh, yeah, you definitely would have been allowed to do it on the money plane. Oh. Chips and Diff says, open your hangar doors, honey. I'm about to dirty the fuselage. Eric Hartman says, when the flight attendant asked for waste, did he drip it into the trash bag? Jesus. Oh, boy. It's just like, add whatever charge you're going to give them for doing that on an airplane. Add whatever you can for there being kids on the flight. It's like, and again, dude, no offense, buddy, but like, you got to dump this chick. Like, this hoe ain't going to be loyal. You think you're just oh so irresistible that she's sucking just your dick on a plane in front of people? She has no impulse control. It's not going to be good, bud. King Kong Dong says there were 2 cockpits on that flight. Yeah, since they did it during takeoff, it's not really the Mile High Club. Nomo says the 35 feet club. Did JetBlue charge them a cleaning fee? Plankton says, I got a BJ on the prom bus. Everyone knew but said nothing. Bunch of snitches these days. See, I don't know. Maybe I'm old school. I know I character it up on the show, but like, I'm kind of old school. If I know a guy's getting his dick sucked and I'm in the fucking room, knock it off. I'm not fucking gay. And yes, if a guy's getting his dick sucked and you're near him and his cock is out, you're gay. Put a stop to that shit. They can go somewhere else that's not around. You shouldn't want to get your dick sucked around your friend. All right? It's kind of gay. Kind of gay. Chevy fan says, when the pilot heard of this disturbing act, he said, send her up here immediately. Yes. I want to show that this won't be tolerated on this flight. You know, this is how pornos start. Roots Calhoun says, you're a fag. Oh, so yeah, just having your cock out, getting blown by a chick while you're looking at your buddy. That's not gay at all. No, you're right. You're right. Men have been fucking ruined by porn. Like, they're just so permissive of gay shit now. If this chick is hoe enough to do it in the same room, that means you're next. Read the room, dipshit. She's not going to go around like a circus seal and start sucking all of us off on the plane, buddy. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. She's going to, take care of this one, and that's it. That's it. All right, let's open up these 7 o'clock hour stories, and while we do, let's talk about our friends at Stoney's in downtown Rockville. Of course, Stoney's is where we're going to have the anniversary party on Saturday, starting at 2 p.m. Make sure you join us at Stoney's. Remember, it's free to join us for the party, free for the cornhole tournament, free to just hang out and have a great time with myself, Oz, Johnny, Gino, Keanu. The Roots is going to be there. I mean, it's going to be... Oh, Matt's going to be there as well. It's going to be a pretty good time. Lots of Steel Toe alum and the current Steel Toe iteration are going to be there this Saturday at 2 p.m. Central at Stoney's in downtown Rockville. We have less than 30 seats left for the comedy show. Make sure you get those at eventbrite.com. And if you want to join the golf event on Sunday, do it. We've still got some space. Eventbrite.com, Steel Toe Morning Show 11th anniversary party at Stoney's Saturday in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. That's Stoney's. We'll see you there. And All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, put the number in your phone. Better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. You get in an accident, you go in the ditch, you get a flat tire, anything like that. All Care is there to help you quicker than anyone else. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. And Midland Armory, downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. Our friends at Midland Armory have a great selection of whatever you need for hunting, sport shooting, personal protection, carry. That plus Derek and Tracy, who will also be at the anniversary party. Derek and Tracy are the most knowledgeable people on firearms that you're ever going to find. If you have questions, ask them. They also handle the suppressor situation from start to finish here in the state of Minnesota at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. Well, hey, I feel like I proved a point today. It's frustrating. It sucks, but I proved a point. The show I've been doing this morning is the best show out there. No, it actually makes content. It actually discusses stuff, but then it also interacts with its audience. It's fucking funny, man. And nobody rolls with it better than I do. But I also said I ain't going to say a word about the goal until 8 o'clock. I didn't. We made $5. 235 away from today's goal. It is the last goal before the anniversary show. Should it be knocked out? Yeah, if we were a good show that, did all right and had good support, yes. It would, yeah, the show before our anniversary show, it would be knocked out. But I know what kind of show I have. I understand it. The people who like it do want it to hang around, but they need to be asked. They need to be coaxed. I do need to rattle the can. So I gave you guys an hour to put, and if we would have been under 200 by 8 o'clock, I would have given you another hour. I would have shut the fuck up. But this ain't my fault. Sorry. 235 away from today's goal. Back to asking. Let's try to get it under 200, guys, by 8:30. I sure would appreciate it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Go ahead and throw in. I mean, if you think your shit's so hilarious, a couple bucks behind it wouldn't be too bad. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, as they used to say at my gym. I miss Let's Go, guy. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. If we entertain you every day, throw in a couple of bucks and show you appreciate it. It would mean the world to us. Go ahead and throw in. 235 is the goal. I guess I'll check back in with you guys a little bit later on. Alex Jones had an update about his situation yesterday. We were talking about this not too long ago. We were like, what's the deal with Alex Jones and him having to sell his company? Because if you'll recall, Alex got sued for the Sandy Hook stuff. The parents of the Sandy Hook victims sued him, and he ended up, it was $1 billion or something like that, or $100 billion. It was a considerable sum of money that he had to pay. And he can't afford it. Like, he just doesn't have that kind of money. So one of the resolutions they came to was that you have to sell off InfoWars. You have to sell InfoWars, and that will go towards paying the debt you owe the victims of this Sandy Hook case. Now, it was a bullshit ruling. It was a bullshit amount of money. It was all they chose to do the lawsuit in a state where there would be no limits to how much money the surviving parents could make. So this was clearly an orchestrated hit to get Alex Jones, to put him out of business and to wipe him out. But then a funny thing happened. They forced him to sell InfoWars. But the problem was the judge was so biased and so political that the judge said, Mr. Jones can't see the bids. Nobody can see the bids. And we do not have to select the highest bidder, which is odd because if you auction off anything at like an estate sale or anything else, you take the highest bidder. That's how auctions work. Well, this one said bids are sealed, don't have to accept the highest bidder. So the Onion ended up buying it. And the way the Onion bought InfoWars was they went to the families, and the families said, oh, yeah, we'll count it as like $100 million. So basically, it was spite by the parents. They said, we'll take $100 million off our total, and that'll be like you paid $100 million for InfoWars. And then the Onion clearly wanted to decimate it, destroy it, make a fool of it, the whole deal, like basically crush what InfoWars was. Which is funny because you could argue that InfoWars fought for the freedom of publications like The Onion more than anyone else did, but they don't agree with who should be president, so I guess they have to be punished. Well, Alex Jones appealed this, and that was a dramatic day. I remember watching it during the show here. Alex Jones and his staff stayed in the InfoWars studio and said, we're going to make the sheriff's department come down here and shut us down. In fact, they had people in their studio while they were broadcasting. Well, Alex's lawyers got on it. The judge's decision ended up getting overturned, and what they ended up saying was, you have to unseal bids, you have to have a legit auction, and you have to take the highest bidder. Now, I think that the courts aren't going to do that. I don't think the parents are going to allow that. because I think an Elon Musk or somebody like that is going to give Alex Jones enough money to throw at the parents and keep InfoWars. Elon will buy it and give it back to Alex. That's what the judge wanted to avoid. So that's where we're at now. Notice they haven't had another auction for InfoWars. They have let Alex keep it, which tells me this was a conspiracy by the courts and the parents of the Sandy Hook survivors to just hand InfoWars off to some left-wing group that would fucking crush it. It was a total spite play. It has nothing to do with justice. It has nothing to do with victims or doing what's right. It's 100% a complete fucking spite play to get Alex Jones. Shit happens all the time. So now Alex gave us an update on what's going on, and apparently the government is bringing in Doug Emhoff, who is Kamala Harris's husband, to try and wrangle InfoWars away from Alex Jones. This was his update yesterday.
As many of you are noticing, I'm not live today on my regular show, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Central. I'm re-airing that great interview I did a few days ago, or he did with me, with Tim Dillon. The reason I'm not on air is there's been a bunch of developments this morning in the Democrats' ongoing lawfare operation to try to shut down InfoWars. As you know, in the last year, we've been winning in federal and state court. Texas Appeals Court, even run by Democrats, said the case was so bad they're looking to overturn the judgment.
Oh, shit. See, I didn't know that. Boy, it's funny that they don't report that stuff. When Alex Jones owes like $100 billion, they'll report that immediately. That's front page news. That was all over the place. But when Alex Jones starts questioning the judgment and starts challenging the judgment and winning and going to appeals court, we don't hear anything about that.
The whole fake rig Sandy Hook thing, they are so scared. So I've learned a bunch of developments I can't tell you. I'll do it in the next 48 hours. But the big thing I can tell you is this all happened today. Doug Emhoff, the husband of Kamala Harris, himself has officially taken over their lawfare operations against me.
So you don't think that if Kamala Harris became president, you don't think they would have shut him down and shut a bunch of other people down? I mean, they're basically going forward with it right now, even though she's not president, by putting Doug Emhoff in charge of all this.
So that's where we are right now. That's what I'm dealing with. And that's what I'm trying to explain to all you guys, is that I was first targeted by the Crossfire Hurricane operation, before they called it Crossfire Hurricane, in 2013. And I released those NSA documents we got from federal whistleblowers via Judge Arpaio. Let's call him Judge Arpaio, Sheriff Arpaio.
I was going to say, I was like, wait a minute, I must have missed that. Joe Arpaio became a judge somewhere. That would be fucking wild, though. If Sheriff Joe became a judge, I mean, that should be a TV show.
In 2017. And now this is officially part of the big criminal investigation that the task force in the Justice Department is going after. The treasonous conspiracy task force. And you've got Ed Martin with his government weaponization task force. And obviously I've been working with those folks. I'll just stop there. So I may not be able to be.
I wonder if Alex Jones is so untouchable. Like, in terms of like for Republicans, like, we can't go anywhere near Alex Jones. We're not down with that. I wonder if Alex Jones is so persona non grata that the Trump administration people won't help him, or if the Trump administration, like he says, is helping him with this stuff from the inside. Because I've often wondered, like, why can't the Trump administration jump in on Alex Jones's behalf and try to work something out with what is clearly a bullshit judgment? I mean, this was done out of spite. This is what I mean when I say the shit you were taught about America and its justice system is total horseshit. You've been lied to your whole life. Look no further than what they did to Alex Jones. I mean, did Alex Jones say Sandy Hook was fake and those kids aren't dead? Yeah, he did say that. Is that actionable? Yes, it's actionable. But it's not billions of fucking dollars actionable. These are people who, if they have an agenda, there is no justice is blind. There is no innocent until proven guilty. It's if they have an agenda against someone, they will stretch the credulity of the law as much as they can to fuck that person over. And that's what they did to Alex Jones. And what I hate about how compartmentalized and partisan this country is that this should not be a Democrat and Republican issue. This should be a holy shit, I never want this to happen to me issue. That's how you should think about all of this stuff. That's why I was against Kathy Griffin being canceled. Because I was like, let her pose with a fucking fake Trump head. I don't give a shit. I want people to be allowed to pose with mock severed heads of the president, no matter who it is. I want people to be able to do that. They shouldn't have gigs called on them. They shouldn't have gigs canceled. That's what should be against the law, is that level of bullshit. So no, I don't want what they did to Alex Jones to be a thing, and fucking Democrats shouldn't either. You know, they all worry that Trump's going to go after this person or Trump's going to go after that person. You know what would give you a lot of credibility on that is if you defended Alex Jones, even though you don't like him. But doing this thing where you go, well, I'm scared of this guy doing this to that guy. You go, wow, so those are your morals, huh? So you wouldn't like it if this guy did that to... They go, no, I'd love that. That would be great. Well, then what you're giving me is not a moral position. You're just bias. So, yeah, I think people should have Alex Jones's back, and that judgment should be, it should be reduced, if not thrown out completely, because it's clearly a spite move.
Be on the air some in the next few days because I've been asked to go to D.C. right now. Again, I've been on the phone with all these people, White House, the DOJ today, and because here's what happened. And the bad guys already know this. They covered up pretty good a lot of the stuff they did to Trump and his family, though that's coming out, but they really messed up on me. And they got real sloppy, in the words of the Justice Department. They funded DOJ funding through the lawsuits against me, and that's illegal.
Wow.
And they laundered the money as well, and we put the evidence of that out last week. So this is huge. And we know Obama used those charities, those gun control charities, to launder money. And we have insiders.
I believe it. See, that's the thing. If Alex Jones has been so right about so much shit. Did you see the thing about organ harvesting this week? 2019, Alex Jones was telling us, yeah, they start the organ harvesting process while you're still showing signs of life in the hospital. And people went, that's fucking insane. They're just using people as like Ewan McGregor and Scarlett Johansson in The Island. Is that what we're to believe? And we're like, yeah. Alex said, yeah. RFK Jr. comes out this week. He goes, we finished our investigation. Hospitals are harvesting people's organs and starting the donor process while patients are still showing signs of life. Said exactly what Alex Jones said that he got called crazy for. So I trust Alex Jones. If he says the Obama administration was laundering gun control money to go after enemies of the state like Alex, I mean, it's, to quote him, it's documented, it's proven that they do go after guys like this. They do target them. And, you know, I think Andrew Tate is a fucking douche, but I think he was the victim of that too.
That have reached out, just stop there.
Stefan Molyneux, I'll say, is another one. And again, Stefan Molyneux is a fucking high-strung, weird guy. But I think he was gone after.
I mean, there's whistleblowers are coming in all over the place. And so, thank God this, justice is coming and their house of cards is falling, but they're also extremely desperate right now.
You know what I love about Alex is after all this shit that's happened to him, he's still an optimistic guy. I admire that so much. I think that's such a great quality to have. Anybody can be a cynic. Anybody can be a pessimist. In fact, there's no bigger turnoff in this world than a cynic and a pessimist. Because all I do when I see someone who goes, nothing good, all I see is someone who's lost the fight. I see someone who's given up. I don't think it doesn't take courage to be a pessimist. It doesn't take courage to be a cynic. In fact, it takes cowardice. When I see someone who's pessimistic or cynical, I see someone who has their back turned to the battlefield and is running away. I think you're a coward. I think to be an optimist after everything you've seen is true bravery. So I really admire that about Alex Jones.
So huge, high-powered Democrat law firm, one of the top ones. Paul Weiss, already the top Democrat firm, been running the fake bankruptcy attacks on me, suing my family and all the rest of it to try to break us. But now they brought in this group.
Doug Emhoff, yeah.
Court level, and also to fight us at the Supreme Court of Texas and the U.S. Supreme Court So it would take days to tell you all the fighting I'm doing. I can only do it because of your support. TheAlexJonesStore.com. Get the best t-shirts, ball caps, the very best supplements, methylene blue, Irish sea moss, Trilogy. It's all there. I need funds. We're winning, but I am maxed out. And, their goal is to just, destroy me.
My goal is about 235. Hey.
But they're failing. And I've had some decent lawyers. I finally got some badass lawyers.
Good.
In the last 3 years. They're tough and that are fearless and that are a blessing from God. But
I feel a kinship to Alex Jones. It's frustrating to be basically the victim of a conspiracy. It's difficult to be because you're gaslit, you're made to feel crazy, but you know what's going on. You're aware. So I admire Alex Jones. I think he's a fucking brave guy. And he's fighting when other people would have given up, and he's fighting even though he's being ridiculed and mocked and everything else. Guy's a fucking hero. I'm going to say that. I used to make fun of Alex Jones, too. I used to be like, he's a fucking... Oh, Alex Jones, he's a wacky character. I think that guy's earned his fucking stripes. I think that guy's earned his medals, and he's earned his kudos. Alex Jones is a fucking fighter, man. He is absolutely, in every sense of the word, Alex is a fighter. I mean, this is a guy who's suffered... he suffered a lot to bring people information that nobody else would have the balls to tell them. Thank you to Nomo for gifting a membership. I appreciate it. Miss Tay with $10 says, suck it, 230. Oh, thank you, Miss Tay. Doggo Doesn't Die with $5 says, blame it on Ashley Madison. Oh, is that who we're blaming for this great ordeal? Thank you, Doggo Doesn't Die. Appreciate the $5. And over on the PayPal side of things, come on. I know I've got one. I'm just trying to get to it. Be with you momentarily, boys and girls. Thank you very much to Gray Duckling. Says, what time should I show up on Sunday? Show up at 7 a.m. I think if you show up between 7 and 7:30 for the golf event, I think that'll be good. Thank you for the $10, buddy. I appreciate that. So now we are 210 away from today's goal. 210. Hey, under 200 by 8:30. That's kind of our low water mark. That's where we want to be, guys. But let's just keep going. I'm loving that little run that we just had while I did the Alex Jones thing. You're getting the best show in the business from the best host in the business, and you're getting me at a steal. 210 and 36 gifted memberships away from 300 on Rumble. Go ahead and throw in a couple of bucks. Mudbutt Beardo with $5. Who doesn't love Mudbutt Beardo? He says, would like to see a list of similar actions from the other side and consequences, if any, for them. Kathy Griffin would be one. And that's not I'll admit, that's not a very big name. Boy, I don't know. Who is a Democrat who's kind of a left-leaning person who's been canceled for their speech or their opinions? I know if you go outside of the dogma, they really do. Like Democrats, there's one thing Democrats do that Republicans don't do. I guess you would say a good job of, but I'm glad they don't do a good job of this, which is cracking the whip if people step out of line just a little bit. Who's someone who switched? They're kind of doing it to Fetterman right now. They're doing that a little bit. They're talking about replacing him. They tried to get him removed from office on a psych hold. They're like, oh, yeah, he's depressed. Democrats are trying to use their depression. Remember depression, mental health? We all need to be cognizant of mental health. We need to be understanding and tolerant of people when it comes to mental health. And then as soon as Fetterman starts talking about, kind of based things, they start going, this guy's fucking depressed. He's a retard. He's mental. Get him out of here. It's so funny. The less brain damaged Fetterman gets, the more the Democrats try to convince us he's retarded. But back when he was retarded, we were mean for saying he was retarded. It's insane. McBuster says, Alex saved 100 babies from adrenochrome harvesting already today. What have you done? Yeah, maybe time to move out of your mom's basement, bitch. Alex is saving babies from adrenochrome harvesting. My uncle, his latest theory from Real Raw News is that Iran let the United States bomb those nuclear facilities because the Trump administration is working with Iran, and those weren't actually nuclear facilities. Check this out. Apparently, under those buildings, while we were doing the bunker buster bombing, it was an underground child trafficking ring. And we were attacking all the child traffickers, and that's what the B-2s were bombing. They were blowing up tunnels in Iran. And ready for the Real Raw News? This is from my uncle now. This is my source. My uncle told me that we are, in the next year, the Trump administration, because Trump is working with the Ayatollah to take down these child trafficking rings. Trump is going to allow Iran to do a terrorist attack underneath the White House, because underneath the White House, there are these tunnels where they do all of the child trafficking, and we're going to use that. We're going to frame it as a terrorist attack by the Iranians so that the child traffickers don't know that we're onto them and that we're bombing them and taking them out. So we're going to frame it as Iran's attacking the United States of America. Somehow there's going to be a terrorist attack under the White House. And what Trump and the Iranians are actually doing is wiping out child trafficking rings. This is... I'm telling you God's word, not no hustle. Tilt says Ellen DeGeneres. Did Ellen run afoul of the lefties, though? I feel like Ellen was a badass boss who had like the most popular talk show in the world, and she had to crack the whip to keep it that way because you're under enormous pressure. And so they turned that into Ellen's a bully and she's mean and she needs to go. Like, kicking ass and taking. It's so funny. Like, we want women to be badass and in charge, but the minute a woman is badass or in charge, like a guy like Ellen DeGeneres or Amy Klobuchar, we shame them, we shit all over them, we whatever. It's like, okay, Democrats, do you want them to be women or do you want them to be men? You got to make up your mind. Mild says Stephen Colbert. I disagree. Colbert was canceled because he lost $40 million a year, and Colbert has been a faithful soldier for the Democratic Party. I mean, he's been, I mean, he danced with, I keep saying it, but he danced with fucking vaccine needles. Danny Rebel says Sam Hyde. I don't think Sam Hyde was ever, and he does say LOL after, but Danny, I don't think Sam Hyde was ever ran in those circles. By the way, Danny Rebel does not have a membership. Let's gift a few of those and keep knocking it down. Historically White says Aaron needs to bring his uncle on. This is what my uncle said. Tilt says, bring your uncle to the golfing event. You could pay extra to have him ride with you in your golf cart, and you guys could just talk about this shit. He says that, that's the Real Raw News. McBuster says, I call bullshit. More like they were protecting pedos by covering up the Epstein list of associates. Well, now my uncle says that they're trying not to release the Epstein stuff because they don't want to blow their cover, because they're trying to take down all these child trafficking rings. And if they release all the Epstein stuff, then all of those rings will know what we know, and then they'll be able to hide again. Again, I'm telling you Unk's words. That's what Unk says. That's the whole reason. Ellen looks like she picks her nose and eats it like Chad, says McBuster. It's odd. King Kong Dong says Trevor Moore. You know what? You could throw Trevor Moore in that kind of vein of he was becoming a pop culture superstar, but he did not play ball and he was super into conspiracies and shit like that. Helgi says cancel the anniversary comedy show and have your uncle do an hour of informative lecture like Bill Cooper. Is that what we should do? Now, this person texting, people are buying what my uncle is selling. This person texting in says Trump did warn Iran about the bombing ahead of time, but the rest of that theory is BS. Well, I mean, I'm going to let people, I'm going to let people make their own conclusions. Jane says, Sam Hyde, I found out some foul things about that boy. Ooh, please, do dish. We'd love to hear. Aaron's uncle once a week. Mild says Dave Chappelle, Roseanne Barr. Yeah, but Dave Chappelle's wasn't political. Dave Chappelle, I'm not going to say he got paranoid because I'm sure he was right, but Dave Chappelle was tired of making like minstrel humor for white people. And he felt he was losing his blackness in a way. And I respect that because he walked away from a shitload of money. Roseanne Barr, Roseanne was more of like, she was already on the right, you know, and I think they just were tired of her. She was a loose cannon and they were tired of her shit and they got her canceled. McBuster says Sam couldn't handle Matan and Harland Williams being funnier than him, so he wrecked their studios and played bully. Oh yeah, I saw the Sam Hyde Harland Williams thing. I don't think we played that on the show. I did think that was awkward. I mean, Sam does weird shit. So it's not necessarily like, oh my God, did he fucking lose it? But I did think it was kind of strange. Like Harland Williams was trying to be silly, and Harland's a weird guy. And Sam did just like straight up wreck his set in what was a kind of an awkward moment. Let's watch this.
What's your heritage?
Italian, German, English, Irish.
So everything.
I mean, those four things.
You know you're legally allowed to open an IHOP with all those qualifications.
That would be a good move, I think.
International House of Pancakes.
Mm-hmm. What are you?
Nosy.
Are you Jewish? Does it mean Jewish?
Maybe I am, yeah.
Okay.
Had my bar mitzvah when I was 13. Rabbi Pappenheimer.
Now, are you lying? Are we doing the thing where we're just going to lie the whole time? Or are you saying that you really had a bar mitzvah when you were 13?
Can you
confirm? Wait, are we lying? I'm asking you.
This is weird.
I'm asking you.
I had one.
The House of Lies.
I'm not lying.
Jar of flies.
Am I.
I have a vague recollection of that, so it might be true.
Larry, go ahead.
Yeah, the bar mitzvah, the
Larry?
bat mitzvah that you were doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember the ceremony only vaguely. So I think it might not be.
This is weird. I've never watched Harland Williams' podcast before, and I know Harland's a weird guy. Is it always this uncomfortable? Is that like the gimmick? Like he brings people on and it's just fucking tense and weird and strange?
A lie.
I don't think Sam likes it when he's the one being gimmicked on, and I don't like that. Like if Sam's gonna make people a gimmick and Sam's gonna fuck with people, you got to be allowed to be fucked with too. And it's not like Harland Williams wants to get into a conversation with Sam Hyde about Israel and Palestine and, you know, the New World Order and shit like that. So like, if you're going to go onto Harland Williams' podcast, you got to be a little goofy, unless Sam being standoffish and awkward is the bit, in which case, well, you got two guys who like to do bits, doing bits on top of each other's bits. I don't know what's a work and what's a shoot.
What do you think, Sam?
I'm totally in mystery right now. I need to know though.
Look, I'm willing to switch topics if this is getting too convoluted.
Well, I need to know the truth.
I'm not Jewish.
Okay.
What? You seem disappointed.
Well, I thought we were getting on I thought you were gonna be like the big Jew that kind of opens doors for us.
I can.
Can you?
Yeah. What do you mean, big Jew? Like a fat
Like
Jewish
like
person,
in charge,
or a big a Jewish person in the industry? I'm so sorry. Did I hit your ovaries?
No, my.
So, all right, I've never seen that clip. I thought there was only one clip from this podcast, but so someone put a clip up going, Sam Hyde went on this show expecting a serious conversation, and it's Santino and Harlan.
Perfect.
Nice. That's where you needed it, right up the arm, dude.
Lord, you are so good.
Yes, my son.
Thank you, God.
Yes, my son. You know, they say it helps if you put it on your glasses.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I would love some on my face. My face is feeling dry. You don't mind a little more? A little more, please.
So again, Sam went on this show going, why aren't we being serious? Why aren't we talking about shit? That's Harland Williams' show. So here's the clip of Sam Hyde going ape shit on Harland's program. This was like last week.
You a nature guy, Sam? Do you like nature?
No, not really. What about you?
I'd love to throw a nature thing by you.
What's that?
Well, I don't know if you know this or not, but gorillas and orangutans.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like nature at all or no?
No.
But is it okay if I talk to you about it?
Of course, yeah.
Every night, guys.
You're not going to get an answer that you like.
I think I will.
I'm not a big nature guy.
I like bonobos.
Yeah.
You like what?
Bonobos.
Bonobos.
I like great apes.
Yeah. You like a bonobo?
Isn't this just like I don't want to be a sucker who got suckered into Sam doing a bit on top of Harlan's bit. But I am going to say my immediate reaction to this is it's fucking tense. It's really tense and uncomfortable.
I don't like nature.
Yeah, monkeys are
Okay,
different
but
than
maybe
apes.
what if I swayed you?
Well, hit me with what you got.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gorillas and orangutans make nests every night. Like every night they get twigs and they make a nest up in a tree.
That sounds.
I feel like in a way Harlan's making fun of Joe Rogan by doing this. I might be reading too much into this, but I feel like him just spouting gorilla and orangutan facts is like a slow dig at Rogan.
Disgusting.
I know. But I would love to see you make a gorilla nest.
Right here?
Doesn't sound easy.
Yeah.
Is this?
Amber, bring in the gorilla twigs, please.
Gorilla nest?
Oh, no. We're going to bring in gorilla twigs.
I got you. Here we go. Oh, there we go.
Oh, no.
Big gorilla nest coming in.
Is there a gorilla in this room or what?
Oh, there we go.
We lost. We lost power.
Here, get in the gorilla nest.
Wait, bring in the gorilla twig.
Up in the gorilla nest. Right?
I don't know if we have.
Let's get you in there.
We can't fit in there.
Let's get you in there, buddy. Let's get you in there. Get in that nest. Get in that nest. There we go, buddy. There we go.
Gorilla twig.
A big monkey.
What are we dancing?
We're big monkeys.
We're big apes.
We're big gorillas.
Big apes.
We're gonna get in that nest. We're gonna get in that nest, darling. We're getting in that nest. I see.
Roachford isn't laughing. I was just going to say, like, but again, these guys do bits, so I don't want to be like, oh, Roachford's uncomfortable, and Sam hates this fucking podcast, so he decided to smash shit up. Like, I don't want to be that guy, because I don't want to then be the guy when they come out and they go, no, Harlan and I were just fucking around, you guys. Quit being retarded. I don't want to be that guy who just go, oh, I guess I fucking fell for it. I'm a dick. So I don't know what the fuck was going on. We got some people in our chat who are saying, Sam was outclassed. He's calling Sam a dumb gorilla. Harlan is just a goofy fucker. Historically White says the guy next to Sam was uncomfortable the whole time. Well, that's Nick Roachford. Thing is, Nick Roachford has been working with Sam for a long time, so he could be being stone-faced doing a bit. I don't know. Miss Squatch says, so strange, and I'm a Bigfoot. Fucking stupid. I don't know why I like that so much. That made me laugh. I will admit that made me laugh, and it had no reason to. All right, guys, 8:30, final fucking show with a goal before the anniversary show. I'm having a great time today, but as usual, I'm making no money, so time to throw in. We wanted to be at, 200 by 8:30. That's our low water mark. Well, we missed it. Let's see if we can get to 100 by 9:30 and have a shot at not being giant fucking failures the fucking day before our goddamn anniversary weekend starts. Oh, I hate that it takes this part to make money, but hey, $5 or $10 would be cool from each of you, or even two. One or two would be great. Gift a membership on Rumble. You, the gross part of what I do. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. There's Zenman with a gifted membership. Thank you, Zenman, for hearing me. I appreciate that. How about the rest of you? 35 gifted memberships away from 300 on Rumble. 205 away from today's goal. Let's move it. Let's shock the system. Root says, Aaron needs 7-minute abs. Well, what if somebody comes along and makes 6-minute abs? Not 6, 7. 7 is the key number. 7 C's, 7 scrolls, 7 chipmunks twirling on a branch. eating lots of sunflowers on my uncle's ranch. You know that old children's tale from the sea? I mean, you're talking about gorgonzola cheese when it's clearly brie time, baby. Step into my office, because you're fucking fired. Thank you, Roots. Thank you, Roots. So, yeah, I remember that. Sam smashed shit up over on Harlan Williams' show. I don't know. I like it's a fun moment. It's just when it's Sam Hyde, just side with the fact that it's probably a bit. And then if it's not a bit, you don't feel like you got had. You're just like, oh, I misread it. My bad. For Jane with $2. Thank you so much for Jane. I don't mind $2. Everybody throws in $2. We're way over for a bunch of days. Thank you. 205 away from today's goal, but I do have to bug you. I do have to hound you. We did fall behind. $100 by 9:30. Let's get moving so you don't have to hear me do this in between the best content there is. This is troubling. You know, we talked about my uncle and the Real Raw News thing. Sorry, I'm getting louder and my speech is going to get faster because, again, right before our anniversary week, we're just still fucking same old steel toe. Thought there was going to be a celebration. Aaron, you fucking retard. The Biden administration is still being investigated by the Trump administration, and I feel like this is going to get worse. Like, they're bringing up all the Obama stuff now. They're going to be digging up all they can on the Obamas, on the Hillarys, and on the Bidens, not because they feel like it's important to punish these people, but because they're losing. They're taking on, the Trump ship is taking on water over this Epstein stuff. So they're trying to find victories any way they can. I think the Japan thing is actually a victory. But now it just seems like they're being petty and digging in at the past just so they can try to score some points. And remember, Trump's big angle on Epstein was, oh, no, it's all fake from Obama, Comey, and Hillary. Now, remember, this stuff was coming out. He knew that Obama, Comey, Hillary, Russia stuff was coming out. So if he could tie the Epstein stuff to the Russia stuff, then, he feels like, him knowing that this stuff is coming out, people might go, oh, that's what he was talking about. Oh, yeah. Even though the Epstein stuff has nothing to do with what Tulsi Gabbard's talking about on the Obama, Comey, Hillary stuff. Epstein predates Obama, predates Comey, predates all that, all of those things. But he's trying to find a win anywhere he can. Now, that doesn't mean that the stuff they're discovering isn't fucking horrific and that somebody shouldn't be punished and these things shouldn't be solved. I would lean into a conspiracy theory if people were to say, hey, a lot of the reason that the Biden administration was so lax on immigration was that it enabled more child trafficking of third world children. I'd buy that. You could show me data, you could show me theories that would sway me on that. And then I hear shit like this, and I think to myself, is this the Biden administration being incompetent, or is this done by design? As I get older, I go, I don't feel like any of this shit happens without somebody at least passively allowing it. I don't think any of this shit is, oops, we fucked up. I think when we find out about shit, that's the oops, I fucked up part. I don't think the actual thing happening, though, is an oops, I fucked up thing. This is a hearing yesterday in the House of Representatives.
So you're telling this committee that the Biden administration, while they were letting all of these unaccompanied minors into the country, and as we've talked about today, they weren't keeping track of them, they issued these kids a hotline that they could call if they had trouble with the sponsor family.
So if you don't know about this, the Biden administration was so shitty on illegal immigration that when kids were caught crossing the border illegally, no parents, no nothing, they just let them the fuck in. They don't stop them, find their families in Mexico, send them back to them. They keep them here. They send them with a host family until their court date. Which, I mean, the possibilities for abuse are fucking endless. So what do? They give these kids a phone and they give them a number. They say, if you're having problems with your sponsor family, call this number. We can give you help. Well, what happened when those kids called the only fucking lifeline they had?
that they were put with, and you're saying that 65,000 calls to this hotline designated to protect these kids went unanswered?
65,000 kids tried to call to report that bad shit was happening with their sponsor families here in the United States, and they were ignored. I do not believe for a second that that hotline was that inept. I believe this was intentional. I believe that, you know, if you want to be pro-illegal immigration, I think it's important that you know what you're supporting. And what you're supporting is child abuse. What you're supporting is human trafficking. What you're supporting is some of the, I won't even say it, what some of the worst of it is. But you're supporting that. And I'm not allowing people to plead ignorance on this shit anymore. We know that women are, you know what? Thanks a lot, YouTube, that we can't fucking talk about this shit openly because you have the mentality of a 13-year-old girl. But over 75 to 80% of women are great. Great. I want to say a word. Over 3/4 of women crossing the border illegally are raped and trafficked. Like, I'm sorry, but if you want to be bleeding heart liberal and go, I don't think we should enforce our immigration laws, it's not right. All right, then that's what you're apologizing for. That's what you're enabling. And you can sit there and go, no, that's a dirty trick. That's terrible. It's not my fucking opinion. It's a fact. If you allow legal immigration, there can be a process. There can be oversight. We can take a look. But if you want to just let people cross the border willy-nilly, you're opening those people up to a world of abuse and trafficking. So congratulations. Your openness and liberal mind creates victims once again. And the Biden administration did absolutely fuck all to help any of these children.
Is that what you're telling this committee?
Yes, sir.
Wow. That is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
You're right, Ted DiBiase. It is bad.
Do you know how many staffers the administration assigned to answering these phones and helping these kids?
One
staffer.
Oh my God. So it was 100% just for show. And they didn't give a fuck about any. I was expecting like a staff of 5 or 10, which would still be horrific. One person. So this was an empty building and an empty phone line with nobody at it.
Any idea how many hours a day this staffer was working?
65,000.
No.
Maybe that's why there were 65,000 calls that weren't answered from these little kids, huh? Unbelievable.
That would mean that there were 44 calls every day of the Biden administration that went ignored by children who were having problems with their sponsor families as unaccompanied minors across the border. 44 calls a day. So basically every call. None of these kids got help. But hey, liberals, congratulations. That's what you supported with, Trump's an evil guy. He's a terrible guy for enforcing our border laws and not letting people cross illegally. You guys are so, lefties, give yourselves a pat on the back. Go ahead. Pat yourself. Go ahead. You deserve it. You deserve it. For Jane with $2 says, I'm poor. I'm doing the best I can. Well, I wish other people would do the best they can, Jane. I wish they were all as great as you. And Honky with $5. I appreciate it. Honky with $5 says, told my wife to shave her pussy. Woke up bald. Oh, she's saying that you're a pussy. That's terrible, my man. $200 away from today's goal. Well, you guys did get there. You did get to 200. Can you do me a favor and, maybe on anniversary week, fuck, you've already missed Tuesday. Do you think you guys could get down to 100 by 9:30? Would it kill us? I mean, I ain't even looking at 0 yet. I'm just trying to get down. I'm pumped. We're looking at a sellout for the comedy show. The golf event's going to go well. Just fucking knock out the goal. That's all I'm at. And the earlier it's done, the less it takes from each person. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rant, $200 away. Let's get going. Let's get moving, huh? The open borders and homeless were designed for organ harvesting because we can't just do re-education camps like China. I'm open to believe anything because I cannot believe that it would just be, again, I can't believe that it's just incompetence. That's just not true. Oh, yeah, no, it's just incompetence. They just weren't doing their job. Bullshit. None of this shit isn't by design. This is a letter from Berlin. Let's take a look here. This came from Roots on Twitter. The German experiment that placed foster children with with the approval of the government, a renowned sexologist ran a dangerous program. How could this happen? I'll tell you why it doesn't happen. Because we don't kill enough people. The reason this happens is because when people get caught, we don't do anything. We don't take it seriously. And I mean, you've seen the psyop that's been going on for decades when they started using words like minor attracted person instead of pedophile. You see, YouTube protects it. YouTube defends it by not allowing you to say these words. There is a conspiracy to normalize this shit. And if you think that everyone who thinks that is crazy, it's hiding in plain fucking sight. They're hurting our children. If we can't, look, man, we can't protect each other. We can't protect our money. We can't protect us from debt. We can't protect ourselves from war. I got that. We lost that battle a long time ago. I understand. But if we won't cross political lines and fight for fucking, not fucking, we won't fight for children, then let's just blow it up. I mean the planet. Let's just, asteroid come in, wipe it out. Because if we can't protect the kids, we're fucked. It's over and it might as well be finished. Automatic death penalty for child trafficking. I understand you can't stop it. So let's just kill anyone who does it. We are too civilized. Civilized is not a synonym for smart. You can be civilized and stupid. There's such a thing as too civilized. 65,000 children cried out for help under the Biden administration. What do sociopaths do? What do narcissists and sociopaths do? They separate you from your loved ones. They isolate you from people who care about you, so they're the only voice you hear. What did the Biden administration do to all these kids, unaccompanied minors coming across the border? Isolated them, separated them from their parents, gave them to sponsor families. When those sponsor families fucked around with them or did something abusive, physical, sexual, whatever, they gave these kids a phone number to call. They call those kids, or those kids call that number, nobody fucking answers. Learned helplessness, grooming. That's what happened under the Biden administration. Fucking wild, dude. It really is wild. Root says in that program, it placed kids 13 to 15 that were homeless with single convicted pedo fathers believing any sexual contact would be good for them if not forced. And anyone involved in that should be killed. That should be the death penalty. I'm sorry. We're not going to, you cannot stop these people with therapy. You cannot stop these people with a prison term. You cannot stop these people with logic and understanding and compassion. They need to be done away with. And we need to remove them from society if they're advocating putting children in harm's way. I mean, my God, again, if we can't protect children, call it a day. Wrap it up. It's over. Thank you to Leah for 5 gifted memberships. I appreciate that. Boy, you're supporting the right part of the show.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
If you're throwing in during this segment, I think your good chi points are probably in good stock because it's getting righteous up in here. Thank you, Leah, Spank the Monkey, Toad Climbs Mountains, Danny Rebel, and others. You Need Me More gifting a membership as well. Thank you very much. That puts that $30 puts us 170 away from today's goal, and 29 gifted memberships away from 300. Thank you guys so much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Hey, guys, this is starting to look like a rally. Keep it going. And while you're here, if you can't afford to support the show financially, support it with a thumbs up. Support it with a comment. Support it with a subscribe. Support it any way you can. I appreciate it. I mean, I just... Sam Show says Aaron's got to say all this shit before he realizes. Look, believe... Sam Show, I get it. I understand what you're saying. I do, but I think... I know that when these rants go off, Sam Show goes, he's close, but I'm really not. I'm really not. What it is just people who engage in this kind of systematic behavior. And by the way, it's like drugs. You know, Carlson said this about drugs, and he was right. Quit throwing these drug dealers in jail. You want to start limiting the drug trade in this country? Start executing the fucking bankers who launder the money. You start cutting off heads at the top, that shit will stop. If bankers start realizing I'm getting beheaded for laundering drug money, for gangbang drug dealers in the hood who are selling, coke to kids and crack to kids, if we're losing our head for laundering that money, that ain't a game I want to be in. If they're going to target us and kill, I value my money. I value my life. I want to keep my pool and my helicopter. We ain't going to launder drug money anymore. We'll figure out something else. You start punishing the people at the top for this shit. The problem is the people at the top are protected. If you and I have our lives taken for doing something scummy, nobody gives a shit. The government can shoot you, kill you, doesn't matter. The minute you start saying the people at the top, the people who are running the whole thing, that's who you got to get. Now all of a sudden it's treason. Now all of a sudden it's terroristic threats. Now all of a sudden it's a crime. You see that when you make fighting back against oppression illegal, you validate the oppression and you demonize the patriot. That's the problem we have with today's system. It's all rigged against you and they sell it as freedom. The minute you say let's fight back, the minute you say let's punish, let the guilty pay its Independence Day, that's the minute you become a problem. But here's the problem. The people organizing drug dealing, the people organizing all these black market schemes, they don't give a fuck if you wipe out 1,000 gangbangers who are dealing the shit on the streets. They don't fucking care because there will be another desperate kid from the hood who will drop out of school and slang dope for them. If you start going after the money people, if you start going after the people who are the shady underbelly who are running the actual organization of this, and you start going, no trial, no nothing, you're out, then you're going to start seeing a solution to these problems. Child trafficking, you bust a few pimps and you think anything's going to happen, they'll find another guy. You find the people running the shit, you find the people covering up for the cover up, then you'll start to see this stuff not happen. Or if you start to see more guys, remember that guy in Texas who shot the pedophile and they acquitted him? Jury nullification. You're going to have people stand up that way too. But I don't know, man. I don't know. It's follow the money, follow the people. If you look at who's protected and you look at who you're not allowed to say we should punish them for their sins, then you start to find out where the game is rigged and who it's rigged against. So, and I know people are mad at me. Sam Show's mad at me because I won't say it's the Jews. I don't think it's the Jews. I think it's a culture of corruption. Are there Jewish people involved? Of course. It's all kinds of people involved. Punish them all. My whole opinion has always been, if you focus on one group, you're going to miss the totality of the problem. Yay, Trump, the most pro-Israel president ever. Hip, hip, hooray. Yeah, it's not going to be, you're not going to be able to stop this by supporting one political party over the other. You got to stop the whole, the institution that allows this is not Democrat. It's not Republican. It's a multinational corporation called America. And it took over this country in 1963. Let's go. Diane with $20 says, let's go on a PDF file hunt. Oh, yeah, to find the best files. I understand. Thank you for the $20. Appreciate it.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
145. Hey, that's nice. Look at that rally. Look at that rally. I told you guys it could be done. You're getting close. You're back on track again today. $145 away from the goal. Now you're making it a great anniversary week. $145 away from the goal. 28 gifted memberships away from 300. This is looking good. This is looking good. But I mean, I'm sorry. I have a hard time going along with, well, the Biden administration was just really incompetent. Dude, they let unaccompanied minors cross the border illegally, and they gave them phone numbers that they knew they were never going to answer if they were having trouble with their sponsor families. You can't tell me that they didn't know what was going to happen. I just don't believe it. Leah says, you're welcome. I'm a rally starter. Yes, Leah's rally started with 5 gifted memberships. Can you guys keep it going? Thank you. Oof. Boy, that's a rant, isn't it? Boy, that was a rant. And I can't keep everybody happy with my rants. I go on a good rant. People go, you didn't go far enough, or you're going too far. Oh, too farty. Let's go to Flinty Gecko says, this is a real dono. I mean, fake. It's fake. Flinty Gecko with $50. Give him an Olbermann.
They are afraid.
Uh-oh, it's rally time. Flinty with $50 puts us 95 away from today's goal. Now anniversary week is perfect. Now anniversary week is great because now you guys got nothing but we've crossed our last checkpoint. You have an hour and a half shooting gallery at the goal at $95. And where does that put Flinty? Because Flinty was at 40. He's at 90. Flinty's back in the top 10. Flinty's back at 90. That puts him in second place. Wow, he's breaking up the girl party in the top 3. Flinty Gecko is at 90. Rebecca's in third at 82. Miss Tay's in fourth at 80. And Walter is now in the cuck chair at 64. Sorry, Walter, the girls are ahead of you and you're in the cuck chair. Vidam is at $59, has just fallen out of the cuck chair. Leah says, give my dono to Miss Tay's total. So that was 5, so that's $25. That's wait, hold on. Now I'm doing math. That puts Miss Tay at 105. So Miss Tay is now at 105 thanks to Leah. Flinty Gecko is in third at 90. Rebecca's in fourth at 82. And Walter's in the cuck chair at 64. Crunchy is the big bad badass. She's at 145 in first place. Kigger Niller with 199 says, do you regret voting for Zoggled Trump? No, I don't regret voting for Trump. I do regret that he's definitely not keeping his promises. I'm not saying there won't be a time where I won't regret. I'm not saying there won't be a time where I will regret voting for Donald Trump. I could see it, but I'm definitely, he's not going to be the answer. He's, you know what? Here's what I see Trump as: a mild reprieve from Obama and Biden style politics. That's what I see him as. Turkey launders the most money in the world, and they are never spoken of. Weird. The German pedo study was done by the guy who literally invented gender theory. All trans ideology right now is literally based on PDF. Yeah, I've read about that. It's all very disheartening. It's all very discouraging. I hear you, Sam Show. I understand what he's doing. He's trying to push me to see something. Like, dude, don't act like I don't see it. Put it under, I don't want to believe it. and I want there to be some other evidence because I don't want to be that guy. I don't want that energy. You know what I mean? You know, I talked about being an optimist earlier. I'm still an optimist. I don't want that dark energy. Kigger Niller with 199 says, did you not think his Israeli ties was a red flag? Well, I've always been nervous about his connections to like his son-in-law, Jared. God damn, I forgot his name. That always, I mean, but America's, you know, what would you call it? The death spiral we seem to be locked in with Israel. Jared Kushner, thank you. Jared Kushner is troubling in general. I mean, Trump's not the first. I mean, I asked my boomer father, I'm like, you know, please tell me what Israel has ever done to benefit us. What have we gained? Because I can tell you what we gained, like our relationship with the UK. I can tell you what we gained from that. You know, our relationship with the Nordic countries, I think, has been very positive, especially during the Cold War. Our relationship with Japan has benefited us greatly in terms of trade and industry and things like that. Like, I can tell you what a lot of our allies give us. But, and you know, I will say this about my dad. My dad is a smart guy. And when I ask him, I'm like, hey, what exactly have we ever gotten from our relationship with Israel? He will say, yeah, I get it. He will. I mean, he will. He'll say, I get it. I understand what you're saying. I get it. I just, you know, that. And he'll always say, and a lot of boomers will say, well, that part of the world, there's a lot of bad people, and we got Israel over there to keep an eye on them. I'm like, who started more wars over in that part of the world than them, though? Like, if you could remove one country from that part of the world and move it somewhere else, which one would create the most peace and prosperity? And it would be moving Israel from the Middle East to somewhere else. Fucking give them South Africa. I don't know. But like, when it comes to Iran, I want a good relationship with Iran way more than I want a good relationship with Israel. I stand to benefit more from a good relationship with Iran. Iran is an energy powerhouse. And I want a good relationship with an energy powerhouse because I want them to pump out more energy. I want them to pump out more oil. Let's put more on the market. Let's drive down prices. I want that. Iran wants a nuclear weapon. Why does Iran want a nuclear weapon? Because the Ayatollahs saw Muammar Gaddafi get sodomized to death in the fucking streets in a U.S.-led coup after he gave us his nuclear weapons. They're like, boy, I bet you they wouldn't have butt-fucked Gaddafi to death if he would have had nukes. That's why Iran wants them. They learned it from watching us, Dad. Roots Calhoun says, I'm going to have dinner with my dad tonight. I'm going to go full Kanye. All right, we got more people. Boy, I tell you what, this segment has been a moneymaker for the old toe. Rebecca says, this and my gifted membership add to my total, please and thank you. This was my drinking money for Saturday. Well, I'll buy you a drink on Saturday. How's that sound?
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
So I got to add 25 to Rebecca's total and take 20 off the goal. 75 away from today. Now it's an anniversary party, baby. Keep it going. 75 away from today. You guys are the absolute best. Just a little prodding, that's all it takes. So now we got Rebecca plus 25. Now I got to start doing math. 107, so she's just ahead of Miss Tay. Rebecca, is it not Rebecca? Rebecca's at 107 in second place. Miss Tay is in third at 105. Flinty Gecko in fourth at 90. And Walter's still in the cuck chair at 64. Thank you so much. All right. Do we move? Everybody's fired up, man. I'll tell you this. Everybody's fired up. So I'm trying to keep the audience happy. I was going to move on to the next thing, but they are, oh my God, the contributions are flying in. The opinions are flying in. It's wild. It's wild. King Kong Dong informing us, if we have any Jets fans in attendance today, Justin Fields has just been carted off the field with a lower leg injury for the Jets. Uh-oh. McBuster says, I'm going to go to the golf event with a chainsaw and an air horn. I was informed by Brad at Wapakata that if anybody outside of Steel Toe shows up for that Steel Toe event, he is going to have them removed by authorities if need be. He's been harassed. He was filmed against his permission and all kinds of other stuff. Let's just say Brad's going to be doing his due diligence, put it that way. And he's been great to work. Brad has been amazing to work with at Wapakata. Those guys have been amazing. I mean, they've had to deal with some really unhinged, mentally ill people doing some very stalkerish harassment, like legit harassment things. So good for him. I mean, some really mentally damaged people. I mean, truly tragically damaged people. But he's taken it like a champ, and he's been awesome to work with. So good for Brad. People desperately tried to shut down our golf event because they knew it was going to work out. So like, well, we have to try to shut it down no matter what we have to say. It didn't work, and I'm so appreciative of that. And Brad's been awesome and handed another win for the Toe. So thank you, Brad. Thank you. So I can't wait to see you guys at the golf event on Sunday. It's going to be fantastic. King Kong Dong says, so you're saying the haters are harassing our supporters. What's new? Yeah, it's been going on for 11 years. You would think by now they would learn that making themselves miserable and obsessive would only degrade them like Schmeagol. But the fact that they don't get it is what makes our haters probably the biggest retards you're ever going to meet. All right, let's continue on. $75 away from today's goal. I appreciate it. We do have a Kilmar Abreu Garcia update, and if this shows you that there are many tentacles to the United States government, and it's not just a matter of winning an election, this should tell you. Kilmar Abreu Garcia, who we deported because he was here illegally and was doing human trafficking and domestic abuse and all, I mean, total piece of shit. This Kilmar Abreu Garcia. I mean, this is like the George Floyd of the illegal immigration debate. You know how liberals pick like the worst fucking mascots you could possibly think of? Kilmar Abreu Garcia was their dog shit, asshole, complete monster of a human being guy. They decided to make the face of rallying against the Trump resistance to illegal immigration laws. Kilmar Abreu Garcia is on tape trafficking Mexican immigrants, engaging in human trafficking. And they brought him back from El Salvador. Courts made us bring him back. So then the Trump administration said, okay, but we're keeping him in federal custody until he faces charges in the whole court process on human trafficking and deportation. And then all these fucking rights groups, pro bono, decided to go, nope, he's got to be released from federal custody awaiting trial on this human trafficking thing. And they got their way. Yesterday, it was reported that Kilmar Abreu Garcia is going to be released from federal fucking custody. Unbelievable.
Major update tonight in the case of Kilmar Abreu Garcia. Judges ordered he be released from federal custody and returned to Maryland.
Our chief legal correspondent, Katie Barlow, following the development.
It is funny that, oh, you know what? Good for the news. I was going to say, whenever it's just like, if it's just a white guy with a DUI, they'll show a mugshot of him looking like the Keystone Bitter Beer Face guy. But when it's, Kilmar Abreu Garcia or anyone else who may have broken the law, but they're a political, fucking touchstone, it's always the nice pictures of him outside or him with his family. But they did show the picture of him trafficking people, so at least there's that.
Right now joins us live from Northwest.
Oh, there he is holding his kid. Aww. Now, so did he beat that kid's mother, or was it a different woman that Kilmar Abreu Garcia beat? I'm just wondering. Like, did he? I'm just wondering if he hit that guy's mom or that kid's mom, or somebody else's mom. I'm not sure. I just need that clarified before you put up that adorable picture of him being an amazing family man. Oh, and was that it? Oh, wait, is that his son or is that a child he was trafficking at the time? I can't remember. Are they smuggling something in that cake? I'm not sure. I mean, it is Kilmar Abreu Garcia, so I get confused.
Right. So, Katie, exactly what happened here?
Well, a federal judge in Tennessee ordered that Kilmar Abreu Garcia be released, denying DOJ's motion to try and keep him behind bars pending a trial on human smuggling charges. He can be released subject to conditions that have already been laid out by a magistrate judge in Tennessee that include an ankle monitor, anger management counseling, drug testing. Around the same time this afternoon that the Tennessee judge's order came down, Maryland Judge Polizini's issued an order that he be returned to Maryland. Now, both of these coming down at the same time, but Judge Zini...
So you can traffic people in Tennessee, be an illegal fucking immigrant. He shouldn't even fucking be here. You can be an illegal immigrant. You can traffic people, beat women, and not only will we let you out, but go back to Maryland, sure. You seem like an honest guy. You'll be back to Tennessee for your court date. Fucking hell. I wish Americans got 1/8 the justice that a fucking illegal immigrant got. I'm trying not to become Sam Show. I got to stop watching the news then.
This order actually does three things. First, it tells the Trump administration they cannot take him into custody by ICE in Tennessee. The second thing is it says he must be returned to Maryland, and he's subject to supervision by ICE in Maryland, but it's got to be done out of Baltimore, which is what the situation or the dynamic was before he was wrongfully sent to El Salvador.
Wrongly sent to El Salvador. I don't care if he faces the human trafficking charges in Tennessee. Kick him the fuck out of here. He doesn't belong here. Enough. We have enough American citizens who are fucking parasites in welfare cases. We don't need to import more garbage. You want to come here and work your fucking dick off? I welcome you with open arms. Especially like Latino immigrants, the fucking work they do in this country, amazing. I mean, you get lazy fucking teenagers who won't do jobs that a full-grown Latino will do and try to work his way up. I appreciate it. But guys like Kilmar Abreu Garcia, not needed. Not needed.
In March. The third thing it does is says if the Trump administration is going to send him to a third...
Here, I'll give you a controversial take. I'll give you a take. You can call this a nationalist take if you want to. I believe that America should draw the line to the west at Japan, and America should draw the line to the east at Yugoslavia. And we should only take immigrants inside those lines. Those are the only countries I want immigrants from. In fact, you know what? I should probably make a north and south axis too. Otherwise, we'll have a lot of penguins.
Country, not El Salvador, that they have to give him a 72-hour heads up. So again, both of those orders coming down at the same time, and I must say it was an extraordinary order for Judge Polizini's to tell the executive branch that they cannot take an...
I need to look something up. Who was it? Judge Polizini? Zinis. Xinis. I shouldn't have done that. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I should have just Aaron, just fucking let it go next time. Let it fucking go next time, dude. Oh, boy. Good to see you said Yugoslavia. I know people think that my bias against Slavs would have caused me to draw the line around Germany, but nope. Nope. I drew it at Yugoslavia. I've got compassion. Hey, guess what, boys and girls? Flinty Gecko with another $75 says the goal is met. Oh!
But I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Flinty Gecko flexing on them all today. Thank you, pal.
They are afraid.
So the goal is knocked out. So what does that mean? If any more money comes in, we don't have a goal Monday. We don't have a goal Tuesday. Does it go to like Tuesday night? Or I guess we were 100 short. Here's the problem. We were 100 short Tuesday, but the only thing I can do for you on that is an hour-long show tonight. I can't go any later today because I got to go grab some stuff from the store. Then I got to pick up the kids. Then it's a big cleaning day. Flinty Gecko is now in first at 165. Thank you, buddy. Flinty Gecko, 165. Crunchy in second at 145. Rebecca in third at 107. Miss Tay in fourth at 105. And Walter still in the cuck chair at 64. But it's the goal hit on anniversary week and another win for the toe. Jane says, hey, 2-hour show tonight, son. I don't think I can swing a 2-hour show tonight. I can give you an hour tonight. Oh, I also owe a members. I'll get a members only in at some point too. Anniversary week is tough. Here's what we'll do. If another $100 comes in today, you guys will get a show at 7:00 tonight, and I'll go as long as I can. How's that? Because tis a cleaning day here for the toe. All right, guys, thank you very much. The goal has been hit. We got an hour and 15 minutes of no goal show. That's how anniversary week should be done. Thank you so much. All right, coming up next, we got, the Chicago. This one is so gross. Staying on, this is kind of on the immigration front. But it's also, I didn't grab this story because of the immigration part of it. I grabbed it because it's fucking disgusting. A man and woman in Illinois they're going to say, could be deported. Wait until you hear what this creepy fucker did. And then you'd just be astonished at the fact that the news media says these two could be deported. This is from Chicago.
Tonight, the Lake County coroner says Megan Boss's body showed no signs of struggle or trauma. The cause of her death is still undetermined tonight, but her body, they say, had been exposed to chemicals. Prosecutors say that was the work of Jose Mendoza Gonzalez, who they say tried to hide and destroy Boss's body. Then a county judge allowed him to walk out of court.
Just let him walk. He's charged with concealing and abusing a corpse. He's here illegally with another woman, and they let him walk the fuck out. God bless a sanctuary city, huh? Like you watch this show, so clearly this shit matters to you. Do you ever have that same conflict I do where you're like, you feel good that you still give a shit, but it fucking wounds you to give a shit? And you're like, I guess it's just in me. I guess it's just part of me. I can't turn it off. I can't not fucking care. I want to be connected to the world I live in, and I fucking give a shit. But I also know that it's killing me to give a shit. This guy here illegally. This is what fucking gets me when I think about this shit. The people in charge who are supposed to represent us enthusiastically allow these people in, and they hurt people. We import people to hurt people. Like, that's not how it should be. And we should fight until our last breath to not let that be the way it is, even if that fight is futile. And we let these people into the country. Nobody should be allowed into this country without vetting.
Snatched off the street in Chicago over the weekend, Immigration and Customs Enforcement says they arrested this accused criminal, Jose Mendoza Gonzalez. He's now been transferred, locked into a regional ICE detention center in Indiana.
And this is what I hate about people who think that Trump is wrong on immigration. I think Trump's wrong on immigration, too. I don't think he goes far enough. But the people who think that they're laissez-faire about illegal immigration, and this is what I hate about libertarians. They're like, no person should be illegal. Borders are kind of bullshit. It's like, we don't go far enough. This guy came here illegally. He should be out. Instead, people who say being here illegally shouldn't be something you get kicked out for, that means your position is we should wait until this guy fucking tries to hide some lady's dead body and abuses and conceals her corpse. We should wait until he fucking hurts somebody until we kick him out. I'm sorry, to me, that's not noble. That's not freedom. That's not good. That's not moral. Let that guy stay here illegally, until he actually hurts someone. Do you know how insane and asinine that sounds? Let someone who doesn't have a right to be here come here, and we'll only do something once they hurt an innocent person. So you're willing to use your own people as human shields because you want to come off as nice. Fuck.
I was absolutely stunned.
Speaking exclusively to ABC7's Mayor Kawash on Sunday, Jennifer Boss said Jose Mendoza Gonzalez's existence and relative freedom outside of jail has haunted her for months.
I'm left with what I'm left with, which is just the thoughts of what he did to her.
That's her mom. That woman's dead. And this guy tried to destroy and dispose of her body. And he got let free. And why? Because Chicago thinks ICE is the fucking enemy.
April, Lake County, Illinois
And don't get me wrong, I wish we could get to the point where ICE was the enemy. I want to hate ICE. ICE is a federal government law enforcement institution. I want to hate their guts. I want to get to a point where I can fucking hate law enforcement and I can think they're a fucking Nazi jackboot on our fucking neck and they repeal our freedoms. But we have to remove layers of shit before I can even get to that point. I need these evil cocksuckers to take, it's like the old woman who swallowed a fly. I want to get this country healthy enough to where I can hate ICE as the problem.
Investigators found Boss's missing adult daughter, Megan, dead and covered in a trash can on Mendoza Gonzalez's Waukegan property. Handwritten reports from Waukegan police and documents filed in Lake County Court say Mendoza Gonzalez concealed the death of a person who died from other than homicidal means.
So this woman died, and instead of getting help or calling a coroner or anything like that, this guy tried to dispose of her body. So he actively gave less than a fuck about this other human being.
Destroyed physical evidence by smashing and disposing of a cell phone, and abused a corpse.
I'm gonna regret asking this. How? Just don't fucking say what I think you're gonna say. But hey, you know what? I'm glad we didn't judge this man when he came here illegally, having no right to be in the greatest country, well, used to be the greatest country on earth. I'm glad we didn't judge this man and we gave him an opportunity without vetting him first. That's so nice of us.
On April 12th, 2 months after Megan's death, a Lake County judge ruled he was not charged with a detention-eligible offense.
What? He would get detention in high school for the shit he did. You couldn't detain him? What the fuck can you detain someone for in Illinois?
Mendoza Gonzalez signed his own pretrial release form, agreeing to no contact with Megan's mother, Jennifer Boss. Initially,
kind of late.
Boss says she didn't actually want ICE to come after the undocumented man charged with hiding her deceased daughter's body.
Then you know what? I'm sorry, but until these people toughen the fuck up, it's on you two. Until you realize that we're fighting for our fucking survival. Literally, this meant your daughter's survival. If we would have had an immigration policy, ma'am, your daughter's still alive. There was no legal Mexican. There was no legal Peruvian. There was no legal white guy, black guy, anybody else who was killing your daughter or who was damaging your daughter's property or corpse or anything like that. She'd still... Fact. You want to say, oh, when has illegal immigration ever led to someone dying? Fact. That girl would still be alive if we enforced our border laws.
I really wanted him to face the consequence of what he did.
Illinois law.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I kind of gave her shit. My bad. I see what she means. She's like, she didn't want ICE to get involved and deport the guy. She wanted him to face justice for that thing. I apologize. My fault. I'm sorry.
Local law enforcement from working with federal immigration authorities. State Representative Tom Weber has worked with Jennifer Boss on her case for months.
We have an individual that was willing to put a body of a young lady in a garbage can, pour bleach over it, smash a phone so no one can track it. That person should never be allowed to be a citizen and should be deported instantly.
Sunday, a spokesperson for the Department of Homeland Security,
Lou Diamond Phillips, looks fucking terrible, by the way.
Confirmed Jose Mendoza Gonzalez was arrested by ICE. That brings Jennifer Boss some relief.
I mean, I'm glad that brings you some relief. I just, I don't understand the debate we're having on immigration in this country right now, because I can't believe that anybody would think that Trump is like hardcore on immigration. Trump is about, like, Trump's Bill Clinton on immigration. Trump's like, hey, we should enforce our borders. And if you're here illegally and you commit a crime, then we should kick you out. Whereas, I mean, my position on immigration is, are you here illegally? You got to fucking go, dude. Sorry. Go back in line and do it right. But even Trump is for amnesty. Like, Trump is an amnesty guy. He's like, there's certain jobs that we need. We can't just kick them out. Of course not, because your fucking corporate buddies would lose profit margin if they had to hire American teenagers. They would have to pay them more, because that's always the gimmick. Well, illegal immigrants, nobody will do the jobs that they do. Yes, they will. You just got to pay them decent because you fucked up everything so bad. Everything's expensive. So yeah, the price of that shit will go up, or your corporate buddies will lose money on the deal. But isn't that the original sin of illegal immigration, that we should have to pay? So I don't see Trump as a radical on immigration at all. Bigot on socialist media says Trump needs to deport about 10 million before I think he's not a liar. I think, who's on our side on that one? Tom Homan. Tom Homan says we need to deport twice as many people every day as we're deporting now, just to catch up from the last administration. I respect Tom Homan. Switchblade Proper says Trump is weak on immigration. We need to 30 million deports minimum. Yeah, I mean, how many people are here illegally right now? How many illegals in the U.S. today? The estimated number of unauthorized immigrants, often referred to as illegal immigrants, living in the U.S. is around 10.5 million people. Ooh, I've heard way more than that. I've heard way more. 11 million as of 2022. Okay. All right, then we got 11 million to deport. I did think 30 million was a little high. Chevy fan says, did you see Alex Steins, I think he means Alex Steins, producer, asked Tom Homan, you see Alex Steins, producer, asked Tom Homan not to deport big booty Latinas. That's kind of funny. That's a funny little bit. By the way, if I haven't already, thank you guys very much for clearing out today's goal before the anniversary show. So kind of you. Just a great day, and I appreciate it. Hey, boys and girls, we got more celebrities weighing in on the Colbert deal, and one of them is Judge Judy. And leave it to Judge Judy. I don't. TMZ finds the weirdest fucking people to talk to just walking down the street, man. But Judge Judy was asked, because Judge Judy has been one of the most successful, if you didn't know this, successful TV personalities in American history. I know it's daytime TV, so a lot of people don't realize it, but Judge Judy ran her syndication, owned the whole thing. She's worth a metric fuck ton of money. I think she's at least 100 million. How much is Judge Judy worth? $440 million. She owned her TV show. She owned the distribution. She owned the whole thing. She's one of the most wealthy television personalities that America has ever seen. So she knows the business. She understands television. So they asked her about Colbert because there's a lot of people going, oh, poor Stephen. Oh, it's a cancellation of, he just didn't play ball with CBS. And I keep going back to the motherfucker trashes Trump every night. He has Adam Schiff on his show and he dances with vaccine needles. You can't say the guy didn't play ball. The facts are the facts. And I feel like I'm being gaslit. He lost $40 million a year for CBS. To quote Kenny Powers, you're fucking out. So I've been looking for anybody who will talk some sense into America when it comes to Stephen Colbert. And thank God we have a cantankerous bitch like Judge Judy.
Judy.
Morning.
She dresses like a fucking Creole jazz musician, but that's fine.
Good morning. How are you? Great. How are you? I love the picture. So, Judy,
I gotta say, not to judge this guy, I'm sure he's a nice enough dude. Who the fuck is waiting outside for Judge Judy's autograph? Let me ask you something. What do you do with a Judge Judy autograph? Do you hang it up in your home? And do you tell people, hey, it's my Judge Judy autograph? I have a framed photo from the movie Happy Gilmore signed by Christopher McDonald, but not as Christopher McDonald, as Shooter McGavin. And it says, I eat pieces of shit like you for breakfast, signed Shooter McGavin. And it's him putting against Happy Gilmore. I love it. I don't have it hanging up because I don't have the balls to hang it up yet because I don't want it in my home when people come over and they go, what the fuck is that? And I'm like, it's my autographed Shooter McGavin picture that I paid like $250 for. It's the coolest fucking thing in the world, right?
I have to ask.
I can't have a picture of my children on the wall in my living room. And then on the opposite side of the room, there's Shooter McGavin. It's just, I love having it. I'm glad I have it, but I'm not going to put that up on my wall. Look at this. This guy's got a picture of Judge Judy. He's got a framed Judge Judy picture. What?
So you've recently been outspoken about CBS and your relationship with them. What was your reaction to hearing Stephen Colbert got canceled?
I have very little reaction. When a show loses money, it gets canceled.
Thank you. Finally. I've been listening to these jackasses have 10-minute segments about, well, Colbert, what was the real reason? And I'm sitting there going, guys, this is a 30-second segment. $40 million. CBS had 40 million reasons to cancel Colbert. I'm not even saying it's the only reason. Maybe it's not. But I'll tell you this, red ink is the cleansing fire in any business. You can have any number of reasons that people want a guy gone. But if you give them $40 million in red ink, it doesn't matter what those other reasons are. They can use that $40 million to say, get the fuck out.
Right. Have you heard about what they're saying about Donald Trump and him being the reason why it got canceled?
I hear a lot of things. CBS is in the business of making money. But they don't make money. You got to do what you got to do. They got to do what you have to do. Otherwise, your shareholders are going to sue you.
Yes.
Right.
Thank you, Judy. We can use that. Thank you.
Any message you have maybe to Stephen Colbert during this time?
Update your resume or retire. You made a shitload of money.
Oh, rewire. You'll find something fun to do.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fine.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. And I love that TMZ is taken aback by this. Thanks. What other answer do you want? Hey, Judge Judy, what do you think about the Colbert thing? I think if you lose $40 million, you're going to get fired. Oh, what do you think about people saying that it's not about that? You lose money, the fucking shareholders get pissed and they'll sue you and kick you out of your CEO chair. Oh, well, you have any advice for him? Yeah, figure your shit out. You'll find something. He's just, it's wild to me. Jane says, why are they bugging her? Because TMZ just stations people. TMG, that's the black one. TMZ, beat cops. they have like old beat cops just walking along like twirling a whistle going, all right, we're going to find ourselves a celebrity here. We're going to bother them about menial horse shit. And then we're going to post it up on the website and people are going to click it. And then we're going to sell shampoo. And that's what they do. And they found Judge Judy and they're like, hey, Judge Judy, you talk shit about everybody. What do you think about fucking Colbert? She's like, he lost money. What do you want? That, like, you know, when people like Sam Show go, Aaron, why won't you hate Jews with me? Why won't you hate all Jews? I'm like, because I like people like Judge Judy. I like the nickel and dime Jewish person. Like, I like the person like, he lost us $40 million. What are we going to do? We've got to fire him. Okay, cool. He made us $25 million. Why do we have to let him go? Because he said something mean. I want that kind of person. I want a cold-blooded, fucking red ink, black ink kind of a person in there. I don't want someone who's going to manipulate and be hypocritical and all of that shit. Well, like Patrice O'Neal always said, he goes, I deal with low to mid-level Jews in show business because all they want is a cut. It's like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. So like Judge Judy, I like Judge Judy. I'm not going to, that's why I can't go the Jew. Because I don't want to look at Judge Judy and make a judgment before I hear her speak. And if Judge Judy says something that I agree with, I don't want to pretend I don't agree with it because I have to hold up some idea that, oh, well, she's Jewish, so. Now, will I notice a pattern? I'll notice a pattern, motherfucker. That knife cuts both ways for me. But like if Judge Judy goes, he lost $40 million, you have to fire him. I'm like, fuck yeah, fucking A right. That's exactly it. Bapa Shab says she's always been an old Yenta. I thought this was common knowledge. Yeah. Roots Calhoun says, what's with a blue Sharpie? I know, we're all kind of like de facto shitting on the guy waiting for Judge Judy to sign his autograph. We're like, first of all, bro, why are you here to get Judge Judy's fucking autograph? And second of all, a blue Sharpie? That's a serial killer. I think I'm kind of a lunatic because I have like a magenta Sharpie. That's fucked up. If it's not black or red, I think you're expressing yourself too much, to be honest with you. He'll probably start a Substack like everyone and their mother these days, says Carlos Command. Oh, yeah, the Stephen Colbert Substack. That'll be good. Historically White says, I know people who played golf with Christopher McDonald, Shooter McGavin. They all thought he was cool. Here's what I like about Shooter McGavin. There are so many people who they land on an iconic character. They play an iconic character, but they're cunty, egotistical actors. And they go, well, I've done more things than that. Like Richard Dreyfuss for a long time was that way about Jaws. But then you win enough awards and you're like, yeah, fucking Hooper, whatever. But like, Christopher McDonald has never been that guy. In fact, Christopher McDonald prefers by fans to be called Shooter McGavin. He's 100% leaned into Shooter McGavin. Christopher McDonald's done a lot of other shit. Look up his IMDb. Christopher McDonald is one of those guys who's a character actor in everything. Christopher McDonald. You look up what he's done, but like if people go, Shooter McGavin, he's like, well, I was Daryl in Thelma and Louise. Like, he doesn't fucking give a shit. And I like that about him. Like, he's still working today. Shooter's going to be Jimmy Mack in The Last Rodeo. He's on a TV show right now called Hacks. He's Marty in Hacks. I didn't know that. He's doing voice work. He's in apparently there's some kind of Beverly Hills Cop thing. And he plays a golfer in it. The guy's got a sense of humor. He's always working. Every year he's doing movies and TV shows and everything else. But if people go up to him and they go, hey, Shooter McGavin, he'll be like, oh, hey, how's it going? You want an autograph? Blah, blah. He's truly one of the nice guys in Hollywood. I just don't understand it. Like all of these people who, again, they land on a character, they hit with something, and they go, yeah, I've done other things. Smiles a lot for you with $6.99. Says happy anniversary weekend, Toe. Hope you all have a great weekend. Enjoy. Thank you. Thank you. Chevy fan says Hacks is a documentary on Steel Toe. Thank you. Zen Man Build says Thomas F. Wilson was that way. He hated playing Biff Tannen initially, wouldn't sign autographs about it, but then embraced the character. Oh, yeah. Thomas F. Wilson does like whole bits about what it was like to be Biff. Like he embraces that. He doesn't give a shit. Thomas F. Wilson. Oh, yeah. Have you ever seen his question song? It's kind of corny. But like he sings a song about like Biff Tannen shit. He's like about how he thinks people are going to ask him all of these questions, but what they really ask him is like just Biff Tannen shit. I thought this was really cool and self-aware.
When I'm flying in a plane or I'm on the street, there's a lot of friendly people that I like to meet. They shake my hand but never ask my name, and they start asking questions that are always the same. Hey, what's Michael J. Fox like? He's nice. What's Christopher Lloyd like? Kinda quiet. What's Crispin Glover like? Unusual. Stop asking me the question. I went to the bar mitzvah of my nephew Josh. Now I'm not Jewish, but I like to nosh. Put on my yarmulke, started to pray. When the rabbi leaned over and I heard him say, hey, was that real manure? No, it wasn't. How was that DeLorean? A piece of garbage. Do those hoverboards really fly? It's a movie. Stop asking me the question.
I guess it's just a guy who like fucking he understands. He's like, look, I was never going to be Tom Cruise. I'm never going to be The Rock. It's just like I landed on a character. It's immortalized forever. I think it's cool to understand that like after I'm fucking dead, people will know who I am, and if I'm Biff, if I live forever in eternity as Biff, I'm fine with it. Like there is a comfort, there is a power, there is a security in being able to embrace that. Now I still think that Christopher McDonald is the best at it.
Can we take your picture? Come on, look mean. Would you call my friend a butthead on his answering machine? Questions fill my head. I went to my doctor said, what does a key grip do? Set up lights. What does the best boy do? Help the key grip. What does a producer do? I don't know. Stop asking me the question. Do you all hang out together? No, we don't. How's Crispin Glover? I never talked to him. Back to the Future 4. Not happening. Stop asking.
Like if Thomas F. Wilson gets the is Back to the Future 4 happening question all the time, imagine being Christopher Lloyd or Michael J. Fox. Like fucking, first of all, don't ask people if they're making a fourth Back to the Future movie. Look at Michael J. Fox. They're not doing it. It's actually kind of a dick question to ask because the guy's on fucking death's door at this point. Hey, you fucking suit up one more time and ride in the DeLorean? I can't grab a glass of orange juice, asshole. No. If I try to drink milk right now, I'll spill it all over the floor. Thanks. No, I'm not making a movie. Roots, where was it? Historically White says, now you probably want to go home and kick back and enjoy a nice, I don't know what the fuck that meant, Chihuahua piss. What the fuck are you talking about? Honky says, Vito Spatafori is from Sopranos is the ultimate grifter off his character, even offering to suck dick. Vito, that's the one that had a crush on Mrs. Soprano, right? Eric Cartman says, Aaron, you going to live stream the comedy show? No. Why? People are paying $20 a pop to go to a show and I'm just going to put it on the internet for free? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. On a Wall says, Alan Hale loved to be recognized. He'd wear his skipper hat at the airport. Yeah, there's people who do it like way too much. Like there's people who even lean into it too much. Like, you know who leans into it way too much? And somebody already mentioned this. All those guys who played like bit mafia guys. Because they like the idea of being the bit mafia guy. And they're like, if people think I'm a badass, cool mobster guy rather than like a faggy actor, which by the way is what these guys are. Like everyone who's like, Vincent Curatola or all these guys that were like Italian mobs. Like, oh, yeah, they're like real mobsters. They're faggy theater kids, dude. They just love that you think they're a mob guy. So they're like, yeah, I'd rather be that than the prancing Mo that, took acting classes. MSO says, will Shooter McGavin be at the golf tournament? In spirit. In spirit. Vito was the gay. Johnny Cakes and Vito. Mad Move says Vito was the gay dude. Like Mersh, he wants to be Tony, but he's a faggot like Vito. Why do I not remember Vito the homo from Sopranos? God damn it. Who was the guy from Italy who had a crush on Mrs. Soprano? That was, oh God, I can't remember his name either. Vito would go on Howard Stern and try and sell his soup. Oh, Jesus. Vito got caught sucking the security guard's dick. Why do I know? Jesus Christ. Furio. Thank you, Jane. Furio is the one I was looking for. Appreciate it. That's the guy I'm thinking of. People are yelling it at me now. They're putting it in all caps and exclamation, but Furio, you fucking ass. I'm sorry. I'm still on season 6. I'll remember again later. Oh, we did mention today, now that we checked the numbers, we checked the statistics, under 30 tickets left for the Steel Toe comedy show at the anniversary party. Remember, anniversary party free. Comedy show, let's put this link up there. Comedy show, less than 30 seats left. And there's the link. Go ahead. I'm going to put this in both the chats. I'm going to pin it to the top of the page. Click the link. There's also tickets to the golf event there if you want to do that too. Both of those are looking like a success. I appreciate it. Thank you guys very, very much. Mad Move says, don't finish the series. Never watch the finale. I've heard that I've seen the finale. I mean, everybody's seen the finale of Sopranos, but I like the way they did that finale. I think it's great. It's a ballsy finale. Like everybody, I don't mind when a show wraps everything up and you can see it all and it's, well put together in a package and they put a bow on it. That's great. I love that too. But like the wink, wink, you know what happened, but you don't know what happened. I like that. I like to figure it on your own a little bit. The only thing is, I think the reason they did that is because they could leave it open-ended in case they ever wanted to grift off Sopranos again. They could leave it open-ended and say, oh, yeah, they shot at Tony, but he survived. And, like, he lost his family. And now we can do, like, another Sopranos 10 years down the road where Tony Soprano's going to seek fucking vengeance and he's going to go after the mob. Or like, Anthony survived and Anthony's going to, bear witness and seek revenge on everybody. I think they wanted you to, it was part brilliant the way they ended that show, but I think also they wanted to leave it open-ended because it was a revolutionary program that caused HBO to be able to print money. So Papa Shab says he definitely fucking died. I mean, we all believe that whole family was fucking whacked at the end of that show. Everybody coming in the way they did, but you leave it open-ended. Crowder Wears Panties says, hot take here, I liked the prequel. The prequel was the movie The Many Saints of Newark, right? That was the one. Moltisanti, Many Saints. Eaton Clam says Aaron would have to lose weight to play Tony. That's just not true. We know that's not. Oh, come on now, Willie. You know that's horseshit. All right, let's continue on here. Again, the links to the comedy show and the links to the golf event are up in the chat. Make sure that you get your tickets today. Who knows if they're going to be there tomorrow? Oh yeah, they're moving this morning already. Hold on a minute. I gotta update the count, boys and girls. We've got somebody bought one of their Golfing with Gino tickets. Look at that. So that's all right. We got let's see, 3. I got to make sure I got my count right because every ticket counts now. Got 2, 3, 4, 30, 26. We got about 24 tickets left. About 24 tickets left to the Steel Toe anniversary comedy show, and more people buying tickets to the golf event as well. Thank you so much. Grand Poobah with $2 says, Aaron, I didn't claim my VIP tickets, but I'll be bartending at the show. Want to give them to someone else for donating to the show. Flinty Gecko, if Flinty Gecko doesn't want them, oh wait, no, I think Flinty's already on the VIP list. He's good. I'll say this. Let's do it 2 for 1. Next person to throw in $20 will get 2 tickets to the Steel Toe anniversary show. That's what we'll do. The next $20 contribution, or the next person to throw 5 memberships in on Rumble, will get Grand Poobah's 2 tickets to the anniversary show. And then we'll be about, 22 away. You know, guys, I'll be honest with you. I'm not really sure if those tickets are going to survive past today. I would get them today. I'll talk to Cheetos. This always happens. I'm always like, we'll sell out like the day of, and then it's like Thursday, and you're like, I got a couple dozen left. I'll talk to Cheetos and see what number we can absolutely go to. It is imperative that if you are a VIP, claim your tickets as soon as possible. ASASP, as they say. Thank you very much. Oh, Grand Poobah, we already got your $2. Thank you very, very much. All right, Sean Hannity's beefing with Tucker. Oh, no, say it ain't so. I hate Sean Hannity. I don't like him. When he started wearing that CIA pin on the air, I'm just like, ugh, I've always kind of been like, even when I was in high school and I wanted to be like, middle school and high school. Because like middle school and high school, I was a conservative kid. And I'm like, yeah, I like conservative shit. And I like George W. Bush, because it came up 9/11, all that shit. Then there was, then I went through my massive fucking liberal phase when I was probably late high school, early college. I went through my liberal phase. Then I was an asshole, cunt-face libertarian. Now I'm kind of just like all over the place. I don't believe in my country anymore. Like I'm kind of a conspiracy theory. Like after COVID, I would say in the last year or two, I kind of became like just about a conspiracy theorist at this point. You Need Me More with $1 says, I am so bummed I can't go on Saturday now. I have a ticket I can't use. Oh. I mean, did you buy it? We can refund it if you'd like. But if you got a free ticket, then fuck you, you I'm just kidding. I'm only kidding. So Sean Hannity is beefing with Tucker Carlson. He has a problem with Tucker and Tucker's whole take on history. Because Tucker, hold on a minute. Matthew Q says, I messaged you about my VIP tickets earlier, so I should be good. It's Mr. Q. Yes, you are good. You are good with your VIP. I don't think I counted that towards the total. I'm going to fuck up the total. We've got 24 left. We've probably got less than that. But I assure you, we're going to be able to take care of everybody. I promise. So Tucker Carlson and Hannity are beefing. I did not know this. Tucker Carlson doesn't. I bet you Tucker is not beefing with Sean Hannity, but Sean Hannity's beefing with Tucker. So Hannity's thing is that he doesn't like Tucker's take on World War II. Now, what's interesting is Tucker had Daryl Cooper on his show. And Daryl Cooper makes the argument about World War II. You know, a lot of people do like the whole winners write the history view of World War II. And they go, because things ended X, Y, and Z, everything that all these people did was great, an awesome idea. And everything these people did was a terrible idea. And that's not how shit works. For example, Operation Market Garden was a fucking disaster. It should have never happened. Whoever proposed it and did it made a strategic blunder. The criticism of Winston Churchill is that after France was invaded and after all that, Churchill could have made a deal with Hitler. France would have gotten its autonomy back, but they would have had to have, it would have been like a German ally state. It would have been a fascist France. You know, Germany wouldn't have kept it. They would have taken some territories or whatever, but, you know, we could have made peace, had an armistice, signed the deal, and then Germany and Russia probably would have had this great war. That's what it was supposed to be. Germany wanted to force the West into a peace, and he wanted to go after the communists. That was Hitler's big idea. He wanted Eastern Europe, he wanted to clear out the Slavs, and he wanted to fight the communists. So what Hitler actually kind of admired the UK, and he wanted to make peace with them. Churchill said, fuck you, we're going to fight till we die, suck my dick. And then Germany fucking flattened London. I mean, just buried London under rubble, just laid waste to the cities of England. I mean, it was really brutal. We get the knockdown, drag-out war where millions and millions of soldiers and civilians die. World War II becomes the meat grinder it does. Daryl Cooper's position is that Churchill was a bad guy, not the bad guy, but that Churchill was a bad guy in World War II because he could have made peace with Germany. He would have saved millions of his own people's lives, and Russia probably would have defeated the Germans anyway. That's Daryl Cooper's position. Now, Sean Hannity is a big, giant boomer retard who just goes, Churchill good, Hitler bad, no shades of gray. Now, do I agree with Daryl Cooper that Churchill could have made peace. Hitler would have taken a peace deal from Churchill, 100%. Hitler just wanted to defeat the West, get an armistice, and fight the Russians. But I don't know, you know me, I know my history. I just don't fall in either camp. I don't think Churchill was a bad guy. I think Churchill was a patriot. I think he was a nationalist. I think he wanted his country to win. You also have to consider the viewpoints at that time. At that time, there was the British Empire. We don't have the fucking cucked Western world that we do have now. Churchill was nationalist. Churchill believed in the empire. He believed in the might. The sun never sets on the British Empire. He wanted to defend that. He was a fan of Imperial Britain. So he wasn't going to let these fucking krauts push him around. So it was pride. It was a little bit of arrogance. It was him believing that the British Empire is the greatest country that God's ever seen. So he was going to fight and he was going to beat the Germans because he'll be damned if the British Empire is going to lose their influence over the rest of Europe and the rest of the world. So I don't think that necessarily makes him any worse of a guy than any other world leader. I think to single him out as a guy whose pride got a shitload of his people killed would be kind of disingenuous, because you could make that argument about any country that's ever gone to war. That you put your own ego and pride and nationalism above the safety of your citizens. That's hardly anything new. However, at the same point, I don't think it's very wise to just ignore the fact that, yes, Churchill did have a choice. You may not like his choice that he had. You may not have wanted to see him pursue that choice, but it wasn't fight Hitler to the death or else the British Empire is going away. That he could have made peace. So let's see what Hannity said on Patrick Bet-David's show about Tucker Carlson. Now, here's something that Hannity does maybe better than Ben Shapiro. He misrepresents someone's opinion purposely, sets up a straw man for that person, and then takes down that straw person and acts like he just owned somebody with facts and logic, bro. Let's see if Hannity I haven't seen this clip yet. Let's see if Hannity pulls that shit with Tucker here on PBD.
You've been at Fox 30, okay? O'Reilly was there 20. I don't know how long he was there. Well, let's just say give or take 20, right? Tucker was there for a number. Megyn Kelly was there for a number of years. From the outside watching now, Bill O'Reilly does a lot of stuff with News Nation, Cuomo.
We're going to skip ahead. We're going to skip ahead. This is one of those Patrick Bet-David fucking long setup deals, and I appreciate it. I get it, but fuck, dude.
Controversial maybe to folks at Fox. How do you view the positions that Tucker has taken the last couple of years?
All of us are making a pretty good living because of the First Amendment and freedom of speech. I said earlier.
That's not. Stop it. I mean, when has Hannity done anything that really challenges, freedom of speech? Like really, tests it? Sean Hannity has made his money because he's a darling over at Fox because he toes the line and doesn't go too far. Sean Hannity is not making his living off of the First Amendment. Sean Hannity says some of the safest shit you can possibly say at a company that has a right-wing bias. He is as milquetoast, basic, right is right, left is wrong, dyed-in-the-wool conservative as you're ever going to get. You know what making your living off of free speech would be? What Tucker did, where he wanted to take positions that were unpopular on Ukraine and other topics, and Fox said no, and he said, all right, fuck you, I'm doing it anyway, and they're saying, you're out of here. And then he went and did it on his own. That's challenging the First Amendment. First of all, you work for a corporation. You don't have a First Amendment right. Fox News can cut you loose because they don't like your fucking face, which it is starting to sag a little. Good for him for bagging a beautiful young wife after being Mr. Traditional Conservative for 30 years and then divorcing his wife when she got old. But anyway, saying that you make your living off the First Amendment, all right, here, make your living off the First Amendment. When Roger Ailes had to step down from Fox because he was a fucking pervert who was essaying a lot of women that you worked with and worked closely with and probably told them that you were their friend, how about you stick up for those women and you bash Roger Ailes and Rupert Murdoch, who probably knew that was going on? You probably didn't do that, did you? You just didn't comment. You did your show and talked about how we need to be a conservative nation. Fuck Sean Hannity. He's a fraud.
Broadcasting is not a zero-sum game. My success is not due to somebody else's failure or success, and it's based on what I do. But whether what you say I agree with or I disagree with, and I have heard things that all the people you mentioned have said, and Bill O'Reilly's been on my radio show, and we'll disagree on a topic. But at the end of the day, that is the biggest glass of water I've ever seen in my life. What
Sean, beefing with Tucker. Let's go. Come on.
The hell is
I
that?
just want to make sure we don't run out of water. But, they say that there's
Here,
a
if you need
threat
a
of
little more, you're going to give your opinion, and then the public will judge you for it. The one thing that I think is critical for success is that you be genuine and sincere and not manufactured or phony or fake.
Oh my God. Mr. CIA Pin is going to tell people that he has a problem with Tucker, whereas Tucker's the most genuine, say what I want, even if it gets me in trouble guy out there. And now you're going to go, Mr. CIA Pin on your lapel. You're going to go, you got to be genuine and you got to be real. And you got, does anyone, again, sometimes I make myself crazy. Anyone else get fucking sick listening to Hannity?
And if you stay true to who you are, I believe. Oh, you just put he just put the cocaine.
I told you, Sean.
This is yours.
You
high quality.
Which you sold to me. You're the distributor.
Sean Hannity's property in Colombia, which we pictured in Medellin.
Did you see LJ was on Fox and Friends the other morning?
Holy shit, Sean.
Fucking talking about. Yeah. It was a funny moment. But back to your question.
On Tucker.
Don't you respect, aren't we blessed when you think about it? We live in a country where you can have any opinion.
I do.
What? We live in a country where we can have any opinion. Tell that to Sam Hyde. Sam Hyde had a TV show on Adult Swim. It was doing 1 million viewers an episode. They cut him loose because people started a campaign saying he was a neo-Nazi and that his show was neo-Nazi propaganda. Adult Swim was ready to order 100 episodes. They kicked him. This is what I hate about Sean Hannity. I hate guys who have safe opinions, who think that they're on the cutting edge, and they think that because they don't get canceled for something, well, we live in a great country where you can say anything. What about people who truly are on the cutting edge, Sean? What about people who really do push the fucking boundaries of what's okay and they get their fucking dicks chopped off? And by the way, I never see Sean Hannity standing up for him.
You build an audience based on whether or not enough people want to hear what you have to say.
But some of the positions Tucker's taken would be a different.
I disagree with him.
Okay, so
for example, he interviewed some historian,
Daryl Cooper,
and making it. And this has kind of gone a little viral. I don't care that he has a different view than me. I just don't care. I mean, he had a different view about Iran and the nuclear sites than I did. I don't care that he does. I have to be true to who I am. And he had a historian, and there's this narrative that's been making the rounds that...
Guys, I'm going to kill this clip pretty soon, I know. This is fucking boring. He's taking forever to get to the fucking point. I just want Tucker v. Hannity. That's all I want.
You know, Winston Churchill, blood, toil, tears, and sweat, you know.
Do me a favor, Sean. Don't you ever let me catch you doing that fucking voice again. This is fucking terrible. Was that a Churchill impression? The hell was that?
What is our aim? Victory. I love Winston Churchill. That somehow
suck his cock.
Well, it's not the best thing that we won World War II. Now, my father spent...
That is not what... Oh, my God. That is... Again, I told you, this guy is more disingenuous than Ben Shapiro. Daryl Cooper has never said it was not a good thing that we won World War II. He said a lot of fucking people died unnecessarily because of Churchill's stubbornness. And that's true. That's not him saying we shouldn't have fought tooth and nail. That's not saying the Nazis shouldn't have been defeated. He's just an objective historian removing himself from the issue and analyzing the field. Oh, it's not a good thing that we won World War II. I don't think it's a good thing that the British Empire won World War I so they could keep committing atrocities.
4 years in the Pacific, by the way, and wasn't the best life, and he grew up very, very poor. But to me, Winston...
Did you hear that? Daryl Cooper molested Sean Hannity's grandpa.
Churchill was one of the most heroic people in our time. It's just a disagreement. You want to have a different opinion, fine. But the argument is, well, Western civilization has not thrived since then. And
I mean, the only reason Western civilization got a pass for a few years was because there was an even shittier idea right next to it in communism. Please, no. Tell me that Western civilization has improved since the fall of the Soviet Union. I'll wait. No, go ahead. Our currency's stronger, right? No, not quite. Income inequality has narrowed. No, that's not it. Upward mobility by class has improved. No, foreign nationals are buying all of our available real estate. The average home buyer is 56 years old. Okay. Where is this not true? It's almost like if you shit on America in any way, Sean Hannity is personally mortally wounded and he has to fight back.
And that Europe has declined since then.
My
answer to that would be Ronald Reagan, who said, you know, freedom is only one generation away from extinction.
Oh, suck my fucking dick with Reagan. All right, yeah, Reagan was better than Carter. Reagan was better than the Democrats. A little, but he crushed the fucking deficit. I mean, Clinton had to clean up Reagan's fucking spending mess along with Newt Gingrich. Ronald Reagan gave amnesty to a shitload of illegal... You want to know why Trump is trying to clean up illegal immigration? Ronald butt fucking Reagan. That's why. I mean, stop with the Ronald Reagan obsession. Ronald Reagan was the guy who was there when the Soviet Union was imploding. Why doesn't George H.W. Bush get more credit for the collapse of the Soviet Union? Because he didn't make cool speeches and he was a dork who helped murder John F. Kennedy? Is that why we don't like to lionize him? By the way, awesome that George W. Bush got a fucking dick in his ass on the way out, isn't it? George H.W. helps kill Kennedy, helps cover it up, the whole deal. They becomes a Saudi slave, becomes president. He's like, this is pretty good. And he's really happy because he went to the mountaintop because of all his corruption. And then what do? Hey, HW, we need you to go in there and finish off Saddam. Not going to do it. By the way, everybody is doing a Dana Carvey impression. There is no George H.W. Bush impression. We're all doing Dana Carvey's impression. But they tell him, go in there and finish off Saddam. He goes, not going to look good in the polls. And he was terrified. George H.W., go look this up. He was terrified of he didn't want to be a Vietnam president. So he didn't want to go into Iraq. And his reason, and he should have told his boy this, was that if we break it, we buy it. Colin Powell told him the same thing. Schwarzkopf told him the same thing. Sir, if we go in there and we tear this guy down, we got to build it back up. We're not equipped to do that. So HW didn't go in. The powers that be said, well, fuck you. We got a Texas oil man. He's going to run to the right of you, and he's going to spoil your reelection fuck you, get out of here. You think Ross Perot just came up and the system allowed him to be as successful as he was? Motherfucker, I like Ross Perot, but he got permission. They knew that this fucking retard from Arkansas wasn't going to beat George H.W. Bush, the hero of the Gulf War. So they found some lunatic Texan to go, yeah, the fucking debt's fucking crazy. We need to fucking do something about this shit. And then George H.W. Bush didn't get to be president anymore because they ordered a hit on Saddam and he told them no. He said, you know what? Ordering one hit on a president in my lifetime is enough. So stop with the sucking Reagan's cock shit, all right? The Soviet Union was going to implode. It's communism. It's all on a timer.
And so, yeah, Winston Churchill was the hero of World War II to me.
Ugh.
And
American industry and Soviet blood was the hero of World War II. The UK could have surrendered and sat it out, and we still would have beat Germany. It was, there's a saying that some British guy made, and he had to like shoehorn like British something in there because like Britain, we really didn't fucking need them. It was the war was won by Russian blood, English courage, and American steel or American production or whatever it was. And it's like, fuck you, dude. It was America's ability to crank out battleships and carriers like fucking crazy and tanks. You know, what did the Germans say? One Panzer is worth 10 German tanks and the Americans always brought 11. Exactly.
would argue with the historian guest that he had. But guess what? Patrick David, you know what? You live in a free country. Express your views. If that's what you think, express it.
What do you think about what Tucker is doing these days? This might be a controversial opinion on Tucker, but to me, he's sort of masquerading and cosplaying as a populist when he's almost like the elite. He's sort of basically saying, I'm anti-establishment. There's, we say one of one. He's one of one. Tom Brady's one of one. Michael Jordan's one of one. Tucker's also one of one because he's the only person, you've been at Fox News 30 years, that's had his own main show on cable, Fox, CNN, and MSNBC. So it's almost like he's syndicating his views all over mainstream, but being like, oh, shucks, I'm just a little old huckleberry here in khakis and a bow tie.
Dude, you're fucking retarded. I don't know who this guy is. First of all, the bow tie thing, 2004, bud. We're in 2004 now. Also, yeah, Tucker got fired by the fucking mainstream, and it taught him that the mainstream is fucking bullshit. And number three, watch Tucker sometime. Tucker says always, he goes, I'm not a man of the people. I'm not a common man. I come from an extremely wealthy family. I'm a wealthy guy myself. Swanson TV dinners, by the way. He openly admits, he goes, I'm not in touch with the average American, the common man. So this idea that Tucker's trying to play the common man,
and there will be gorilla shit all over the army.
It's fucking bullshit.
Chewing my dip. I don't know nothing about nothing. It's like, the establishment better than anybody, Tucker. And now you're like, oh, I'm anti-establishment. I'm being counterculture. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm first of all, I'm not following it that closely. I'm too wrapped up in my own world.
Yeah, Hannity's like 70. He ain't watching YouTube shows.
Own opinions, my own shows. My answer to you is I've never had a problem with any of the people that you mentioned. And there used to be a time where at Fox there was a lot of tension between hosts. For me, that's just evaporated. I wish everybody the best. If you listen to...
Yeah, see, Sean's boring. I just, like, these people on Patrick Bet David's show are just pitching a vision of Tucker Carlson to Hannity that just doesn't, it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. Honky says the 20 million Russians died figure is padding. It includes the millions killed by Stalin in the 5-year plan, the Great Purge, and the Holodomor. Well, you gotta admit, when you're talking about, when you're talking about tens of millions of people, it's hard to get an accurate count. When you're talking about, 20 million Russians died in World War II. Yeah, probably around that. We all know that the Russians their whole battle plan has always been just throw more bodies at it than they can shoot. Like, if they bring 1 million bullets, send 1,010,000 people. It's always been the Russian attitude towards war. Like, every time you see Russia in a war, it's always the same. It's always, well, this group picked a fight with Russia, and they kicked the fucking dog shit out of them, and they got all the way to the gates of Moscow, and they just slaughtered these dumb cunts by the hundreds of thousands. And then eventually the Russians all just got together in a big group and went, run! And they just ran at them with snowshoes on, and they were able to push them back. Like, that's every war Russia's fought, except World War I, where the Germans and the Austro-Hungarians kicked the shit out of them, and then they had a revolution, and they went, all right, we quit. But like the Mongols, same thing. The Mongols took what they called then Tartary and the Rus, and they took that over. And the way that I want to say Ivan the Terrible was able to throw off the yoke of the Golden Horde was that Russia just kept throwing bodies at the Mongolians until the Mongols went, fine, we'll fucking leave then. Jesus Christ. I mean, that's how they got rid of the Mongols. They didn't beat them in a pitched battle with great tactics. Like, name me the great Russian tactician. You know, the French have Napoleon. The Germans have a lot of them. Guderian, Rommel, Kesselring, the fucking guy who was Chancellor, von Hindenburg. Like, they have, the Iron Chancellor, Otto von Bismarck. The Germans have a shitload of them. The British have Bernard Montgomery. They have Horatio Nelson. They have, the guy at the Battle of Waterloo. God damn it. Oh, my God. He's the fucking Duchess of Ducky of Dookie. Earl of Wellington. I mean, all of these countries have their great tacticians. The Russians just have a fucking guy who said, if you retreat, I'll blow your fucking head off. Now go run at those guys until they run out of bullets. That's your guy. Hulkamash Baby says Russia didn't do shit to beat the Mongols. Yeah, they did. They annoyed and harassed and rebelled until the Golden Horde left. Like, basically, you had Genghis Khan, you had Kublai Khan, then they had to break up into all these khanates, right? And you had, in Russia, it was the Golden Horde. And then eventually it all just kind of weakened until they left. But the Russians never tactically outsmarted the Mongols, ever. The Mongols were just too far away to manage Russia properly, and eventually they just kind of ceded ground until the Rus, it wasn't the Rus, it was the Duchy of Muscovy is what Russia became at first. When the Mongols first left, it was the Duchy of Muscovy. So Napoleon, he goes and he invades Russia, and he fucks them up, and he takes Moscow. Like, the Russians abandoned Moscow. Napoleon rolled in. They set fire to the city. They abandon it. Napoleon gets there and he's like, well, I've got Moscow. Fuck, it's getting cold out. And he starts retreating. And the Russians in the winter just start harassing his Grand Army. Just start harassing it, picking it off, until his numbers dwindle down from, I want to say it was, the Grand Army was 600,000 men? And I think it was down to like 60,000 by the time it got back to France. How large was the Grand Armée? 600,000 men in 1812. That's what I thought. I want to see what it was at. What number did the Grand Armée end at? I think it was 40 to 60,000. 27,000 effective men at the Berezina River in late November. Okay. So, like, again, Russia just slashed and burned and retreated and got fucked up, but they had so many numbers, and then winter set in where they're like, all right, now when they're running away, attack them. And that's how the Russians defeated the French, was winter and numbers. Germany's a little different because Germany needed oil and they just didn't have it. Like, Germany didn't have the resources to defeat, conquer, and hold Russia. I think they needed to force Stalin into an armistice. Probably no way that was going to happen, because Stalin literally would have let every single fucking Russian man, woman, and child die before surrendering. Atomic Ray says Genghis Khan moved south into a destroyed Persia before moving west. Yes. Mild says, no, it was the Oki from Muscovy. Cossack harassment of supply lines plus winter equals no more Grand Armée. Yeah, there was no, like, Napoleon's record in battle was nearly perfect. He fucked everybody up. But it was the Russians just cutting off supply lines, picking, cold, winter, freezing bodies. It was never a large battle that put him away until he came back from Elba Island. And he took control again, and he tried to break the Allied armies in Belgium. And losing, you see in the squares in a battle like the Battle of Waterloo. Anyway, how the fuck did we get on Russia? Oh, yeah, because people were talking about the 20 million people that Russia lost in World War II. Yeah, I mean, sometimes with Russian history, it gets blurry. It's hard to determine, like, who was killed by the enemy and who was fucking left to die by Stalin. Like, unfortunately, Stalin's just one of those guys. Eric Cartman says, Aaron has watched Enemy at the Gates too much. Kinda. I mean, a little bit. What do we got? We got the anniversary party links are in the chat. Check them out. I feel like I just came out of a fucking trance. Holy shit. Get your tickets. We have about 24 seats left for the comedy show. People are still grabbing spots for the golf tournament. I appreciate that. Thank you, guys. Honky with $1 says Russian General Suvorov is one of the greatest generals in history. Regarding World War II, look up Operation Bagration. That was really what put the nail in the Nazi coffin in the Eastern Front. What about Stalingrad? I mean, the surrender of Paulus's army was, I mean, you can't lose that. I mean, you basically lost Army Group South. You know, the Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union was a tripod, and they kicked out one of the legs at Stalingrad, and then it became a semi-encirclement after that. The siege of St. Petersburg went on for years. I think Army Group North was the last one to be dislodged, the one that took the Baltic states and then seized St. Petersburg. And then the Army Group Center was the one who was supposed to drive towards Moscow. And then Army Group South to the Caucasus to get the oil and take Stalingrad. But, yeah, I think once you take out one of those three, I mean, it's going to fuck you up. It's a matter of time. There is it World War II, the inevitability theory, or is that the Civil War? There are two theories. The Civil War one is called the lost cause theory. That there was no hope. Like, the South was never going to win. Like, the South just had to win enough battles so that the Northerners would rebel and ask for peace, and you could have two countries. They were never going to take the North. But there is a theory out there that no matter what, there's all these what ifs, you know, if Hitler had done this, if Germany had done this. There are theories out there that no matter what Germany did, because of their lack of resources, especially oil, they were never going to be able to feed their war machine enough to conquer and hold the place that, you know, to accomplish Hitler's mission. You know, there is that. War. Oh, I'm sorry, historically white. War of Northern Aggression. My bad. Military campaign, Operation Bagration, fought between 22nd of June and August 19th, 1944. I mean, 44 is where it became hopeless for the Germans, but again, I would go Stalingrad. Just 2 weeks after the start of Operation Overlord, it was during this operation that Nazi Germany was forced to fight simultaneously on two major fronts for the first time since the war began. The Soviet Union destroyed 28 of the divisions of Army Group Center and completely shattered the German front line. The overall engagement is the largest defeat in German military history, with 450,000 German casualties, while setting the stage for the subsequent isolation of 300,000 German soldiers in the Courland Pocket. So this was in Belarus, modern-day Belarus, in 1944. You know, people don't realize that. Like, the Germans were pretty far east, even in 44. Like, they were still past Poland into, like, Ukraine and Minsk and Belarus and the Baltic states. Like, Germany still had quite a bit of Eastern territory come 19. A lot of people think 1944, Germany's already crumbling. It's fucking over. They were still pretty far east by that point. It's just like once the Russians broke the Nazi lines, it was less than a year they were in Berlin. I mean, it was a pretty breakneck pace. And also, once we landed in France, there was no way they were going to win that war. Hitler even said in Mein Kampf, he goes, don't get in a two-front war. Hitler didn't listen to Hitler. Hey, do you guys want to hear Joe Rogan's take on all these Hunter? You see these Hunter Biden interviews, especially the Channel 5 Andrew Callahan interview, where he's talking about coke and crack, all of this shit. Joe Rogan apparently saw those interviews, and he was very impressed by Hunter Biden. Now, I don't know what fucking interviews Joe is watching. I don't know if he's actually seen the Channel 5 interview, but this was his take on the great Hunter Biden comeback, and this shocked the hell out of me that Joe said that. Part of me is really hoping he's being sarcastic, but this is Joe Rogan on Hunter Biden's comeback interview, you know, the one where he's like, crack isn't that different from cocaine. It makes it smokable and removes the impurities. And crack just gets down to fucking business. And he's talking about immigration where he's like, fuck it. Just let people come into the country. Who gives a shit? That Hunter Biden interview that we all watched. Joe Rogan had some thoughts on it, and the headline has me perplexed.
I'm sorry. Have you seen Hunter Biden describing why crack is so good? It's the greatest crack advertisement of all time.
No.
If crack wasn't terrible for you, this guy makes me want to try crack.
I mean, it's actually, it doesn't make me want to try crack. I listened to Hunter Biden describe the difference between crack and cocaine, and I'm like, well, this sounds like the ramblings of a crackhead. But okay, Joe, sell me.
I'm not going to.
Now that I watch hoof horn trimming videos, by the way, I can't see this part of Joe Rogan's set and not think about trimming a hoof horn.
Do it. I'm not giving any advice, but I'm saying this guy, like, legitimately, this might be the best advertisement for crack of all time. I'm going to send it to you, Jamie. You're going to watch it and you're
I'm excited.
Oh my God.
I'm excited for this.
I want to try crack.
He's the gift that keeps on giving.
Well,
by the way, Joe DeRosa is back. He's on Tires now. He's back on Rogan. Like, I remember during COVID, Joe DeRosa was opening a sandwich shop. Now he's fucking back.
A lot smaller than people give him credit for. I'll tell you that. Like, he's talking, and one of the things he was talking about was why smoking things are so addictive, why smoking cigarettes are so addictive, and like the psychology behind it. He's not dumb, but he's just a guy.
Wait, Joe. This isn't a guy getting into the psychology of why smoking things is addictive. It's a fucking crackhead telling you why he likes smoking crack. It's sometimes Joe thinks too much for his own good. Joe's like, you should listen to the interview. He's a really smart guy. He's a crackhead who can explain why he likes smoking crack. Like, no fucking way. Yeah, he also tells you why he likes smoking cigarettes. Well, he's addicted to those too. Holy shit. That sounds like a brilliant dude.
Who,
if that can make you qualified to be president, my 11-year-old can be president. She doesn't smoke crack. I'm saying she knows that shit's bad for you and addictive.
Became an addict, and that fucks your whole life up. It fucks you. You become a subhuman.
Yeah.
When you're junkied out all the time, and you're that dude who's like what he was doing, like making films and shit and driving with a gun. He was fucking gone.
He's still that fucking crazy.
He was out there, dude.
Well, when you're an addict with money, it gets real wild.
And your dad is one of the most famous people on the planet. It's so crazy. Listen to this.
Well, the only difference between crack cocaine and cocaine is sodium bicarbonate and water and heat, literally. That's it.
And those things are pretty much free if you go to like a science store.
A science store. I love Callahan.
This is free. You can go to your neighborhood convenience store and just get. Anyway, I don't want to tell people how to make crack cocaine.
I don't want to tell people. So anyway, sodium bicarbonate, water, and heat, and you can get it at a convenience store. Anyway, after I just told everyone how to make crack, I don't want to tell people how to make crack.
But it literally is a mayonnaise jar, cocaine, and baking soda.
How different is the experience?
Oh, it's vastly, vastly different. And like for real, I feel really reluctant to kind of have some euphoric discussion. I know you're not asking me to do that, but have some euphoric discussion about crack cocaine.
I think this might be kind of the opposite here.
Okay, no, it's the exact opposite. I'm saying I don't want to have the experience of some euphoric recall.
Because he'll leave that interview and he'll go smoke crack, Joe, because he's so fucking smart.
That's how powerful crack cocaine is. Does crack cocaine make you act any differently? No. Is it...
What? Does it? Huh?
Safer than alcohol? Probably. People...
Joe just said he's really smart. He's breaking this down psychologically. Okay.
Think of crack as being dirty. It's the exact opposite. When you make crack, what you're doing is you're burning off all the impurities so that it combines with the sodium bicarbonate, which makes it smokable. That's all. You know, all of these actors and, you know, people in the past that talked about they had a problem with cocaine and freebasing. They were smoking crack.
So straw on the stove is the same thing?
Not exactly, but close to it. But it's a little bit different. But anyway, my point about it...
Joe's saying that this guy is just fucking smart. He's Hunter Biden. He's a sharp guy. I want to get to the part in this where Joe Rogan says Hunter Biden could be president. That's what he's going to say in this clip.
Really insidious. And what it is that
Jesus Christ, Mediaite.
You know, I think one of the reasons that they believe that smoking cigarettes is so addictive is because it combines three really important things. It's habit forming, there's an oral fixation, and there is a ritual combined with it. And so the idea of hand to mouth.
You're still a junkie. I mean, you're still like, oh, let's find a way to explain it away. No, you like the way it feels. Your brain wants you to have more of it. You're fucking addicted. Actually, it's because of the hand and the mouth and the thing and that. No, you're addicted to the substance and what it does to you. Just quit. I love when people think it's deep to over-explain a very simple thing. Like if someone spends 8 pages of a paper talking about how 2 + 2 = 4, they're not deep. They're a rambling asshole.
It's a habit and a fixation that we learn very early, even as children. With a pacifier, with a spoon.
Joe, let's go.
Thumb,
Come on, say your dumb shit.
Okay, so really, I don't want to get into the psychology of it because I'm no expert, but I do know this, is that you combine with that ignition, combustion, and then you combine the ritual. You have your cigarette in the morning, you have a cigarette when you get out of the car.
Hunter Biden smoked himself retarded on crack.
You have your cigarette with your coffee. Crack is that on steroids. It's over and over. There's ritual to it. There's a ritualized part of it. The combination of all of those addictive
Are we gonna
behaviors
fucking
becomes
here?
Yes. Okay.
We're moving
Andrew
on.
Callahan,
Here we
Channel
go.
5.
Well, he nailed it. He did a great job. That's the best ad for Coke ever.
It's the best.
Best ad for crack ever.
What?
And he could be president. How about that?
That's the part of this clip I wanted to play. Thank you, Mediaite, for being the worst clipping source in the fucking business. He could be that's a great ad for crack. That guy could be president. No, Joe. No. That man is a crack addict who's talking about his addiction to crack. That's all that is. It's not as intelligent as you think it is, buddy. Papa Shop says Joe Rogan doesn't have the ability to understand and formulate jokes, which is ironic because he's a fucking comedian. Well, it's different when you're doing a podcast versus stand-up comedy. If you start doing stand-up comedy type shit during a podcast, it looks fucking weird, really. Nomo says the fact that two whites are having a tete-a-tete philosophizing about crack on TV is absurdity to the nth degree. And then Joe Rogan goes, oh no, he's really sharp. That guy could be president one day. Joe, come on, man. Come back. Joe, reel it in. Reel it in. I think it is a little weird that Joe Rogan kind of has like a following. It's kind of like Trump. A portion of his following are just kind of zombies who, once Joe Rogan has a thought, it becomes their thoughts. That's probably not best for our society, I don't think. 09 Canyon says, part of what I like about drinking is the ritual of mixing drinks and the repetition. Yeah, I mean, the thing I like about old fashions is that it's not just like ice, whiskey, Coca-Cola, and then down the hatch. It's like, you make it right. You get your agave nectar, and you're muddling with the cherries and this and that. You got the orange in there, and you got, the thing is about an old fashioned, if you make it right, you don't need water. Just booze, agave nectar, cherries, orange. You're good. You don't even need bitters and sugar. Agave nectar takes care of both of those things. Trust me. All right, guys, I am out of here. Thank you very much for making the anniversary week fantastic. Thank you so much. Tomorrow we're going to do Rumble Friday. We're going to celebrate. Thank you guys so much. Remember, there's only 24 seats left for the anniversary comedy show. So grab those. The links are in the chat. Anniversary show, eventbrite.com. Go get those, and we will see you tomorrow on Rumble Friday. Take it easy, everybody.